I love this community of the real left online, but sometimes I hated the point you made about hope and fun and change needs to be hammered into every max leftist chatter. Yeah, that's why we got to do more. That's why we got to do more of these fun Sunday fun day, Saturday fun day stuff. You know, what do you think about Norm going on Clandis? He don't got internet. He don't got internet. Don't even start. He don't got internet. Chill. What the hell is this? Is that me? I'm confused by this. That's from 4 weeks ago. That's wild. Okay, thank you. But yeah, community segments is another one as well that we need to bring back. I know. I'm working on it. We'll bring it back. Remember when we did Chad Vice with Vanilla Mace and Adapt? Remember that?
I would booze Alan Hamilton, build a ballroom. That ain't making sense to me. They're a defense contractor. What is it they're really after? It feels like a CO conspiracy. Why would Lockheed Martin build a ballroom? That ain't making sense to me. They build rockets, they build missiles. Now it's drinks to wet your whistle. It's something sinister indeed. Oh, why would Palantir want to help build a ballroom? Oh, that ain't making sense to me. I just can't get down with that, man. You remember that scene from Batman? They're gonna build more surveillance technology. Oh, turns out Hitler also built a ballroom. Oh, now it's making sense to me. Oh, cause when stuff hit the fan, that's the place that they all ran. And it turns out that Trump has the exact same plan. God damn it.
I mean, true. I mean, it's just like, I tweeted about, I didn't tweet about this, but I posted about this on my Instagram story last night or this morning. I can't remember exactly when it was, but also here's the blast off tweet. Here's the blast off tweet in the meme. But like, we always say like, is the classic trope like, oh, history doesn't repeat, but it often rhymes. It's like, no, man, sometimes it's just straight up a repeat. Okay. Hey, Chermaya, thank you for the 200 gifted. Goddamn. It's like we're like, what are we doing? Like, this is just straight up like, welcome back to the Gilded Age. Welcome back to the Roaring 20s. Okay. Welcome back to the Depression. You cannot point to a clearer time is a circle moment than this very thing. Okay. It's like they are LARPing. I feel like they see what's going on. They recognize the similarities. They see the contradictions worsening, and they're like, oh, this is gotta lean into it pretty hard. It doesn't make any sense to me. Okay? It doesn't make any sense to me at all. It is mind-boggling. It is not good. It is not good at all. Hold on. Thoughts on the Vanilla Cutie drama? Sorry to bring it up. Want to know your thoughts though. I don't know what the Vanilla Cutie drama is, but there's no drama. Okay, there's no drama here. I don't want any drama here, and we gotta unite everybody. Okay, if you're talking about like the back and forth, like phase, all this stuff, everybody needs to dial it back. It is virtually impossible to do, unfortunately, with the way that the internet works. Is virtually impossible to do with the way that the internet works, where everybody is looking for anything that they can cut and clip and advance and all this shit. You know, I'm a Vanilla Mace head. Cutie Cinderella is my friend and podcast co-host, and I stay phased up and I stay prayed up. Okay, that's my take on it. Everybody needs to, the fandoms need to dial it back Okay? Yikes. Everybody needs to stop fighting each other. Okay? We're all brothers and sisters. I like this guy Hassan, but man, he is insufferable sometimes. I don't know. What is this centrist shit? Is it centrist shit? I don't think it's centrist shit. I don't think I don't think this should be politics. I think it's more so people turning this into politics in general. Like I've seen some stuff from like the FaZe comms and the FaZe fandom, like attacking Cutie Cinderella, attacking all these other content creators, and they're being pretty fucking vicious because they think they're being attacked because like all these other content creator communities are calling them like homophobic or racist or whatever. But it's like all of this is going to eventually go away. Okay? All of this is eventually going to go away when everybody gets together and does like a big ass event or some shit. It's easier to talk about and get angry about than more consequential politics. I know. Maybe I'm too 34-year-old for this, okay? I am too 34 years old for this, for entertaining this kind of stuff. That's it. If you don't know what's going on, you might accidentally step on a landmine. The Vice President of the United States of America brought up my name and called me a dog abuser earlier in the week. I think we got some different things. We're operating on some different wavelengths, okay? Like it's gonna be all right, I think. I don't think that we mustn't fight one another. That's what I think. We must not fight one another. Feels like the smallest shit is Kurt Cobain, Courtney Love for my old ass. What do you mean? Stop fighting. Everybody stop fighting. Everybody stop fighting now. Everybody stop fighting now. Gatsu made a New York video. I'll watch it too. We got some fun stuff. Can we talk about the real drama? Elon and Altman duking it out on X. Oh shit, they are? Let him fight, let him fight, let him fight. Hell yeah. Friendly fire, friendly fire, friendly fire.
New York forgot 9/11 a little bit too soon because we're letting the guy who flew the plane become the mayor of the city.
Hello, Ariane? Mommy and Daddy didn't tell you this enough, but official.
New York forgot 9.
What the fuck? What the hell is this? They got you in the thumbo? What the fuck is this?
Picture of that.
What? Living, ironically, in Europe. Albanian clan wars. Okay, I'm not watching that. You're crazy. I know. I got the fucking politics of One Piece. I know I'm going to watch Mother's Basement politics of One Piece. I know I'm going to watch it. I have it ready to go. It's in the lineup today. It's for sure happening. Okay? It's for sure happening. Jawbray Thiel, Peter Thiel video dropped as well. Peter Thiel, we probably should have watched it yesterday because he's
you would prefer the human race to
Peter Thiel is probably one of the scariest people. Like he unironically terrifies me. That's another thing. Like we got crazy react videos that we have had on the docket for a minute and a half. Okay, and I still haven't done streamer nomination. I'm gonna do that too. I'm gonna do it all. And I'm not going to do whatever this is, okay? Why are you scared of commies? A history of red scares and red baiting by the cynical historian. A 2-hour and 24-minute video. I'm so happy we're back. We are so back. We're so back to the classic. This is old school shit. Anytime when I'm like, hey, I want to do some fun stuff today, you can always count on a chatter coming in and being like, hey, I have a 3.5-hour video about socialism that I think your audience needs to watch. And if they don't watch this, you're actually reactionary. If you don't watch this, you're counter-revolutionary. If you don't watch this, then you are betraying the revolutionary cause. And it's got 654 views. And if you don't actually promote this and watch it, I'm going to make it my life's mission to end your short-lived political commentary career. Anyway, highly recommend the book that Jawbray mentioned reading. And this, Malcolm Harris's Palo Alto. Bro, you are talking like you fed some salted peanuts to crows today. Yeah, I might have done that. I might have messed up. TG receives a huge round of applause on Bill Maher. Oh, God, where are we going? What is going on in this world, man? We are so goddamn cooked. We are so unimaginably cooked. Fucking hell, not the crow guy. Hey, don't talk shit about the crow guy. He's a goat. There's a new Eddie Bareback video as well that I want to bareback and strap on and watch. But yeah, we got exposing the gambling epidemic, which is a huge issue. Wow, this has 4 million views. Oh my God, CoffeeZilla is cooking. ChatGPT Made Me Delusional by Eddie Burback, also a great video. We got Gatsu's New York video. We got the politics of One Piece, and we got Jabbri's Most Dangerous Man on Earth, The Origins of Peter Thiel video. All of these are incredible. There's a CoffeeZilla, or not CoffeeZilla, sorry. There's an Overzealous video on the ADL. That's a really good one too. That's also on the docket. And yeah, we're going to do all of that in a second. But before we get into all of that and more, we're obviously going to do a little bit of light news. Okay. It's not Sunday Funday. It's not Saturday Funday. Initially, we're going to do a little bit of light news because U.S. airports see major delays amidst shutdown staffing shortages, which obviously is going to cook my ass as well because I have a lot of travel coming up, both international travel and also domestic travel. I don't know how I'm going to be able to do this. I don't know how I'm going to be able to pull this shit off. Hopefully it won't be that big of an issue. And maybe some gaming as well. Okay. Maybe some gaming as well. Do not worry. We got some gaming as well. But here, we'll start out with the SNAP combo. Okay. SNAP benefits set to expire amid government shutdowns.
With SNAP food assistance set to run out, a federal judge ordering the Trump administration to continue funding the program that is used by nearly 42 million Americans. The judge ruling suspending the SNAP program would likely cause irreparable harm, citing the terror felt by Americans who are scrambling to meet their basic nutritional needs. But it's unclear how quickly food stamps would actually reach those millions of Americans, leaving SNAP recipients in limbo.
It's really starting to be more than just news. It's really hitting home. So this is about my life personally, not just my life as an American, but how I will function in my home.
The administration has argued it's not legally allowed to use the money. But late Friday, President Trump saying he's instructed government attorneys to ask the judge how we can legally fund SNAP as soon as possible. If the court gives direction, the president said, it will be my honor to provide the funding. The benefits that roughly 1 in 8 Americans rely on were set to halt in nearly every state, a lifeline for many who struggle to put food on the table.
That's what feeds me. If I don't have that, I don't eat.
Now, day 32 of the government shutdown, approaching the longest shutdown in American history with no end in sight. President Trump placing the blame squarely on Democrats.
All they have to do is say, let's go, let's open up our country.
Yeah, 35 is the longest. 35 days is the longest running government shutdown. And we are going to hit it, I think. And that was also under Trump. So pretty cool stuff. And obviously the only reason why it's happening is because the administration refuses to fund ACA subsidies. I just saw Zoran a tag on ESPN that was entirely about you, LMFAO. Ugh. Open enrollment started today. Can't wait. Yeah. And wait, I want to see the ad actually. I want to see all the attack ads. Maybe we can do a tier list of all of the anti-Zoran, anti-Hasanabi attack ads on the ESPN sports network. The fuck? Brother. Zoran Mamdani is perceived as such a major threat by capital owners and also people who love Israel, so much so that his opposition, by way of PACs, has dumped millions. They've dumped millions of dollars. It's insane. Like, it's absolutely insane. Yeah, Congress is in recess, I think, so I don't even think that they can actually end this shutdown, even if they wanted to, until next week, until Monday. Maybe I'm wrong on this, but I think it's gonna pass 35. Donald Trump is gonna hit that record, baby. He is the GOAT. You know how it is. You know how it is. Record after record for my GOAT. Winning. On ACA plan in Alabama, single 33-year-old male. My premium is increasing from $100 to $713. Millions of us are about to be uninsured. Yeah. And there's also so many additional consequences of this, because if a guy like you, a 33-year-old single male who is less likely to be sick and less likely to actually tap into the overall insurance pool, then you're just going to not take the chance. You're going to be like, all right, I'm just not going to have health insurance. Like, I'm relatively healthy. So when you're taken out of the insurance pool, insurance providers lose their leverage, right? Because that's how insurance works. For those of you who don't understand how insurance works, insurance providers will take a large pool of funds and will basically leverage the healthier population that has bought in to the insurance that never ends up using said insurance against those who are less healthy, who have a higher likelihood of using the insurance. This is how you create an insurance pool, right? But when the healthier people are like, well, I'm young, I'm healthy, there is a lower likelihood that I will get sick, so I'm just not going to pay these insane premiums, they pull out. They pull themselves out of the insurance market, the insurance pool, making it even more costly, because then you remain with only people who are the most sick, who desperately need insurance. Therefore, it creates this weird death spiral, right? And that is the major problem with the ACA subsidies. It is obviously a horrible public-private partnership structure that we have designed, not dissimilar to college campuses, not dissimilar to universities and how much their costs have also ballooned over the years. So when Republicans actually look at this structure and say, this system is broken, this system is broken, they're not wrong. It's just that they want to break it further in the wrong direction, in the direction of deregulating the marketplace further, allowing insurance companies to basically offer you junk insurance programs, which kind of already happen, and also maybe even deny coverage to people with pre-existing conditions, because those are the ways that insurance companies can basically eradicate the more costly elements, the more costly patients. Okay? So that's the system that we have, and that's the issue that we have. They want to continue privatizing insurance even further and make it even worse and more costly, whereas those of us on the left want to make this one singular pool, single-payer healthcare, socialized healthcare, universal healthcare. This is what we want to do, because we understand that it is far cheaper overall to have one major pool that is comprehensive and covers every single American. Okay? That way, there is no additional market competition amongst insurance providers. There is no bloated, unimaginably costly middleman that doesn't need to exist. It's the best solution. It's cheaper. It's good policy. It's good politics. People want it. And yet, there is consensus, at least in Washington, amongst all the politicians, regardless of their party, regardless of their ideological background, with like some very few exceptions, that insurance as a sector must exist. There has to be a private insurance industry. Very, very dumb. And also incredibly consequential, incredibly bad. And yet, this cruel system still remains. But as it stands, despite my advocacy for Medicare for all, I still recognize that the Democrats are doing the right thing to, at the very least, offer an immediate Band-Aid solution by pushing the government to continue funding ACA subsidies so that people just don't have a lapse in their coverage, or people don't see a massive increase in their premiums. Because like open enrollment starts, and if you actually just auto sign off on your pre-existing healthcare, you might be paying like 3x without even realizing it on your premiums. You have to, in a country where 64% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck, okay, and can't pay for $400 in emergency funds, that's the first premium payment that you have to pay that will directly put you into potentially bankruptcy. It's ridiculous. It is fucking ridiculous. It is unimaginably cruel. It is ridiculous. And the Republicans don't even want that. They don't even want the Band-Aid. It's crazy. Democrats and Republicans have put a Band-Aid on a gaping wound, and the Republicans rip the Band-Aid off. And they're like, nah, let the wound get worse.
And everything snaps back into shape.
Democrats demanding Republicans work with them to extend Obamacare subsidies. But Trump and Republicans say they won't negotiate until the government is reopened. The impact snowballing. Air traffic controllers.
My family is truly and genuinely fucked. We simply cannot afford new monthly premiums for health insurance. It went up like 45%, like no joke. It's going to be $1,300 a month starting in January. I have less than 2 weeks to decide if we go without insurance or without food or other necessities. I just don't think this can continue. There is no way. There is no way that this can continue, okay? It just doesn't. Maybe I'm wrong, but this level of instability, this level of inequality, this level of unreasonable pain that the working class are subjected to, it can't continue happening. Meanwhile, on the other side, you see the ways in which the Republicans on the timeline are moving against welfare, right? They're moving against SNAP. They are hitting the racialized, the racialized like fuck SNAP line super hard. If you noticed, they just keep talking about how like black women are irresponsible or have children on purpose with numerous baby daddies just so they can like steal the taxpayer funded EBT and SNAP benefits. This is the most insane shit. I've been asking for a while now, where'd you get the shirt? This is the Burger Reich shirt that I'm wearing and the Disarm shirt you asked. They are both coming up in my next lineup. It's Hasanabi merch, ideology.shop. It's going to be coming out soon. Who can't absorb a $400 emergency and they're cutting SNAP for 40 plus million and boosting premiums by far more every single month. This will break the country. Yeah, I don't know where this goes is what I mean. You're saying do mutual aid chat, and that is true. We should be doing that. And I'm working on figuring out what I can do for food banks out here in Los Angeles. I'm not really going to be around in LA for the next month or so. But I'm gonna try my best to set up some fundraisers and stuff, even if I'm in China. However, mutual aid is not gonna fix this, right? Like mutual aid can only fix your immediate community. It can help you organize, but it's not gonna fix this systemic problem. Like there needs to be a disciplined, organized movement that is trying to tackle these issues, right? Mutual aid is a necessity, but it's small scale. We need mass mobilization. We need a disciplined, organized movement. First, we need a disciplined, organized movement to tackle the closest allies that aren't doing their jobs, that aren't actually moving the needle in the appropriate direction. And then with an even larger, more consequential, more organized mass movement, we need to topple the existing financial harms that this administration has brought about regular working class folks. Mutual aid in this regard does actually help, especially if you use it as an organizational tool. Okay? What do I mean by this? What I mean by this is when you look at structural problems, structural inequities, inequalities that are designed by the system, and how kind-hearted, charitable people can actually make up for those problems. One of the best examples of this is food pantries, right? Food pantries and food banks, no matter how well-funded they are, cannot make up for SNAP. It's just the truth. Because the way SNAP works is it directly puts money in the cards, in EBT cards, like a credit card, of 42 million Americans. You can't make up for that with like food banks and food pantries. That doesn't mean you shouldn't work with food banks or food pantries. That's not what I'm saying at all. It's very important that you do. Having said that, however, that is also not even a Band-Aid at that point. That's just like you're trying to triage. You're trying to triage a state failure of incredibly consequential magnitude on your own. It's just not going to work. It's terrifying. SNAP also covers toiletries and feminine products that people need, like toothpaste and tampons. Yeah. It's not triage, it's like palliative care. Yeah, that's even better than that. But it's like triage palliative care. It's both right now, though. You are totally correct, but it's important that people feel motivated to help. No, absolutely. And meanwhile, while all this is happening, Donald Trump is throwing like a fucking roaring 20s, Gilded Age ass Roaring 20s Gilded Age ass party. It's fucking crazy. It's crazy. It's actually crazy.
Shortages across the country are leading to flight delays at some of the nation's busiest airports. Federally funded Head Start preschool programs serving more than 65,000 children now at risk of closing, potentially harming the development of young kids. Now, the president has publicly called for a major change to the Senate rules by ending the filibuster, a move that would allow for Republicans to pass spending bills without a single Democratic vote. But that was quickly shut down by Senate Majority Leader John Thune. Bottom line here is this stalemate continues with no apparent breakthroughs.
We begin with this morning's top story, the impact of the government shutdown on the nation's air travel system. The FAA says nearly half of the 30 busiest airports are dealing with a shortage of air traffic controllers. That contributed to a wave of flight delays across the country Friday, more than 5,700 nationwide. And last night at New York's LaGuardia Airport, two planes collided on the runway. Allie Bauman is here with more. Allie, good morning.
Good morning, Michelle.
Bro, am I cooked? I'm doing mad domestic and international travel in like the upcoming weeks. Jesus Christ, bro. Are we cooked?
No one was hurt when an arriving United jet clipped the tail of another United jet that was stationary on the taxiway. That second flight was headed for Houston. It was canceled, and all 162 passengers had to deplane. And this comes as the FAA says nearly 90% of New York air traffic controllers are absent. Frustration is mounting at the nation's airports, where some passengers dealt with long delays.
Was supposed to fly out at 9 p.m., which was already a pretty late flight, and then delayed until 1 a.m.
Some spending the night in terminals, waiting for a flight.
It's not just affecting those employees, it's affecting us too, and it's a huge chain reaction.
In Boston, delays were over 2 hours. At New York's Kennedy Airport, nearly 3 hours, and at Newark International Airport, it was more than an hour. The FAA blames a shortage of air traffic controllers on the government shutdown. Now, 32 days.
Bro, one of the craziest parts about this is that like we've talked about this already so many times, but there has already been a shortage in virtually every single air traffic control tower in the country, okay? And that was before the shutdown. And a big part of that problem is because they're just not hiring enough people. And obviously, because they don't have the labor union power, shouts out to Ronald Reagan for that, they can't even fight for it. Hello. What is this? What is happening? Hello. No. Don't go in there. Don't go in there. Don't. No. The shortage has been going on well before the shutdown. I know. That has been a problem. That has been an issue.
Long. 13,000 controllers missed their first full paycheck on Tuesday.
The added stress, the added strife and angst of not having a paycheck. How are we going to pay our mortgage or our rent and put food on the table for our families? You know, these are things that is a whole added layer of additional stress to what they already deal with.
With more controllers calling out sick, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy warned this week holiday travel could be even worse.
Our traffic will be snarled, right?
There's already a hiring crisis on the ATC side. And obviously during the shutdown, as I reported, they don't train. They don't train the new people. So they're basically pushing back. For as long as the shutdown remains, there will be no new trained ATC air traffic controllers. So it's cooked. It diminishes the number of existing air traffic controllers. They don't train, so take a train. That's not going to work. There is no, I'm in Los Angeles. If I want to go to New York by train, okay, that's like a week-long process. Do you understand? The fastest route is still like going to be, I think, fucking 48 hours, okay? And it's also more expensive than flying. It sucks. Ironically enough, if there was a more robust railroad structure in this country and that had like high-speed rail, for example, across the continent, you literally would actually take some of the burden off of air traffic control. You would take some of the burden off of air travel in general, and it would make things easier to manage. But we don't do that. We don't ever fix any of the problems. We don't have any interest in fixing any of the fucking problems. We just, they're in a lawsuit on denying applicants on race. And this is the other side of the story. This is the other side of the story. There are dummies out here who unironically think that like the air traffic control is actually doing wokeness. Okay. Like they literally believe it. Brother, you need to understand this current administration is launching erroneous lawsuits all the time. Okay. They're launching ridiculous lawsuits to advance their propaganda so that people like you think, well, there's a legitimate case here. At a certain point, you got to realize like it doesn't matter. This is not a real issue of consequence. Okay. There is no world where like people are just like, nah, we're not fucking training whites for air traffic control. Like, don't be ridiculous. Oh, this occurred during the previous administration. Yes, you are right, chatter. Planes are now crashing because of because of the previous administration's woke initiatives. This is the same principle behind the military. People are so dumb. People think that the military has a recruitment crisis, and amidst that recruitment crisis, they've actually lowered standards for woke. No, they've lowered standards for the recruitment crisis so they can recruit more people. Okay? This is the problem. People want super easy to understand narratives. And Republicans have landed on a gold mine. Republicans have landed on a fucking gold mine with this woke shit. You can just literally look at all of the corrosive elements under capitalism and say, oh, it's just woke and gay. People are just doing it for woke and gay reasons. And then you go, oh yeah, I agree with that. That does seem right to me.
Disaster in aviation.
I assume something like that was probably happening with the government shutdown, so it makes me a little bit unsettled traveling right now just because of everything that's going on and lack of staffing. But I mean, I have faith in the people who are working, so hopefully we'll get out without the hitch.
And the FAA says it will never compromise on safety, and when these staffing shortages occur, it will reduce the flow of air traffic, which of course may result in delays or cancellations. And Dana, already this morning, there are more than 500 flights delayed.
Yeah, bring your patience if you are traveling and make sure to check out there. Allie, thank you.
Early voting is surging in the most closely watched race in America. Nearly 500,000 ballots have already been cast in New York City's mayoral election. It is a record-breaking number. On the campaign trail, Zoran Mamdani, the Democratic Socialist and frontrunner, doing Tai Chi at a senior center in Manhattan. His primary opponent, New York's former Democratic Governor Andrew Cuomo, campaigning in a Republican stronghold in South Brooklyn. And out front now is Andrew Cuomo, independent candidate for mayor of New York. Governor, nice to see you tonight. So you have been out there campaigning hard. The polling, every major polling, is showing Mamdani with a double-digit lead over you. Why do you think it is that New Yorkers are consistently choosing him over you?
Well, I think the race is just starting to take shape, right? Tuesday is the big day, and I think New Yorkers tend to focus late. Also, he is the Democratic candidate. He won the Democratic primary, so there's a knee-jerk to go with the Democrat. Interestingly, he's a Democratic Socialist. I'm actually a Democrat. So that also has to play out. And the turnout, as you mentioned, is extraordinary. And I think that's the most telling thing. New Yorkers are concerned. You have this Democratic Socialist. What does it mean to have New York being run by a person who favors socialist economic policies? Public safety is a very big issue. I want to add police. He has been very anti-NYPD. And then you have the highest rate of anti-Semitism incidents in New York City, in the country, which is really shocking. So there's a lot that is animating the people of New York, as it should.
Animating them, getting people out to vote. We don't yet know. Right? Sort of to your point, we don't yet know how they vote. We'll find out on Tuesday when the results are in. You were campaigning today in South Brooklyn with a Republican city councilwoman who just endorsed you. And I just want to play something that she said about your opponent, especially as you talk about the very real rise in anti-Semitism in this city specifically. So that moment in your response, here it is.
Aside from the fact that he's a communist, an anti-Semite, he has no idea what he's doing.
Do you believe, as the council member said, that Mamdani is an anti-Semite and communist?
I don't think the council member said that.
Why is it you can just say and do whatever you want as long as you are the right flank candidate in any election in the United States of America. Like, what is happening on this planet? Like, what's happening in America? You could just be like, I'm right wing. I am more to the right of whoever I'm running against. So you could just do whatever you want in that situation. Because remember, this person lost the Democratic primary and basically stayed in the race because of billionaires begging him to stay in the race because they saw that he would be the only person who could potentially beat Zohran Mamdani. They dumped hundreds of millions of dollars at this point into the race to attack Zohran Mamdani. Now he's getting now on the one hand, he's running around saying like, I'm the only real Democrat here, even though the guy who won the Democratic primary is running on the Democratic ticket. I'm the real Democrat. Also, here are all the Republicans who are supporting me. And also simultaneously, he's just like, he just keeps shit smearing every day. Like, that's ridiculous. There were media reporters in the room. They heard the council member say that. And then they ask him and he goes, I don't think the council member said that. It's like, brother, you're right next to her. Are your ears covered in wax? What the fuck do you mean?
So, Governor, now that you were able to hear clearly that she did in fact say that, do you agree with her that Zohran Mamdani is anti-Semitic and a communist?
Yeah, I didn't hear her referring to him as an anti-Semite. I thought she was referring to him as fostering anti-Semitic sentiment. Mm-hmm. He has said some highly inflammatory things on the campaign trail. And he is a...
Brother, give it up. Just say he's anti-Semitic. Just say he's anti-Semitic. Why are you still playing this song and dance? I don't even understand it. Like, what? That's a bridge too far? You said he would cheer on 9/11. Like, at this point, just say yes. Yes, you think Zohran is anti-Semitic. Like, even his shit smearing campaign when he's in front of a CNN anchor is still means tested. Like, he has to take this wishy-washy, mealy-mouthed, centrist fucking line. We know how you feel, dog. Like, what do you mean? I'm not saying he's anti-Semitic. I'm simply saying he's done a lot that you could say maybe is fostering anti-Semitic value. Just say he's an anti-Semite, bro. You've been smearing him as a terrorist every dang day. Might as well also say he's an anti-Semite. It's so funny. I just don't get it. I mean, I know I've experienced this nonstop for the past 2 years with people being like, Hassan is a dangerous terrorist. And then when asked, they'll be like, oh, well, I wouldn't say, I think maybe he's just like simply he's overlooking the anti-Semitism that's brewing or anything or some shit like that. And it's like, bro, you just said I was a fucking anti-Semitic terrorist yesterday. What do you mean? I'm just simply fostering an environment where anti-Semitism can manifest. Like, you already took the maximalist line. It's so dumb.
Offended the Jewish community. There is no doubt about that. He refuses to denounce globalized intifada, which basically means kill Jewish people. He's refused to denounce a fellow named Hassan Piker, who was a friend of his, who said, America deserved 9/11. America deserved 9/11. In New York, every New Yorker was traumatized by 9/11. So these are highly inflammatory and divisive comments. And he had...
Come on. A little bit of pushback. Like, he has quite literally said he does not agree with both of these statements, okay? The 9/11 one and the Intifada one. To be fair, he shouldn't have even done the globalize the Intifada, I condemn it or anything like that. He shouldn't have done that. Regardless, where is the anchor? Just be like, well, that's not true. He actually did that to your face.
He's made them and he's stuck by them. He refuses to recognize the right of Israel to exist as a Jewish state. So he has been very outspoken.
Let's see what the comments are saying. This man sent over 10,000 seniors to the desk while their family members could not even visit them. I don't know how he can show his face in public. I thought this election was about New York, not about Israel. I'm just confused. So Zohran is running for mayor of New York City and Andrew is running for mayor of Tel Aviv. This dude literally has no policy. His whole agenda is Mamdani is this and that. He has nothing. Cuomo's embarrassing himself. He's failing with hopefully coming dead last in the race. Nobody wants Andrew Cuomo in New York City. Andrew feels he's entitled to be mayor. Go away and never come back. Jews voted for Zohran over Cuomo in the Democratic primary, by the way. I can't help but notice the dynamic that exists in this race is not dissimilar to one that I'm very, very used to, which is like, on the one hand, you got motherfuckers who are just like spending every waking moment disparaging you. And then on the other hand, you're just trying to continue pushing on and talk about the things that you care about and try to hopefully get as many people on board that the situation is untenable, unmanageable, unstable, and we have to wake up, we have to lock in, and we have to organize to try and fix some of these problems. It's very interesting. One side has realized that they have no shot at winning, so they will try to disparage the side that is going to win to the best of their ability all the way until the very last moment. I don't think Andrew Cuomo thinks he's going to win this race. I think Andrew Cuomo is doing everything he can to soothe the interests of the billionaires that have given him $100 million by basically being a parasitic force all the way until the very last moment of this race. That's it. Because if he wanted to win, he would probably at some point start talking about what he's going to do for New Yorkers. Except if you were to take his word, the only thing he wants to do for New Yorkers is basically execute Zohran Mamdani at Times Square. That's it. He's a one policy guy. He's like, New Yorkers, you need me to jail Zohran Mamdani. Make me mayor so I can do capital punishment on Zohran Mamdani. That's the only thing I'm standing for. The only thing I care about. Zohran Mamdani going to prison.
On these positions, and he has offended the Jewish community by and large in New York.
So then just to put a point in the question, though, do you believe that he is, as the Congresswoman said, her exact words, an anti-Semite? Do you agree with her?
Yeah, she was a councilwoman. And look, I don't have the power to look into somebody's soul. I don't know if somebody's a...
Why is he so afraid of just saying Zohran Mamdani's anti-Semitic when that's his entire campaign? What is going on? This just doesn't make any logical sense. Because on the one hand, he just keeps saying that over and over again. On the other hand, he's like, well, I don't know. What is this take? Is he a terrorist who would cheer on another 9/11 and a real ever-present danger to New Yorkers who are of Jewish descent, Jewish background? Or is he not? Are these guys also just simply, are establishment Democrat picks, like the center-right Democrats, incapable of standing on any position, no matter how much they champion it? Are they only capable of running against candidacies? Just a purely reactionary movement at this point, it seems. Like, this is no different than Kamala Harris being like, you have to vote for me because Donald Trump is bad. Like, just talk about what you're going to do for the people. And don't just talk about what you're going to do for the people that are small business owners. Okay? Don't do this whole, like, $50,000 in tax cuts for small business owners. Like, talk about what you're going to do for the broadest population, for the largest number of Americans. Okay? Not even remotely invested in this at all, fundamentally misunderstanding the purpose of democracy, the purpose of the democratic process. It's just so ridiculous.
Racist, somebody's a bigot, somebody's anti-Semitic. I know what he has said is highly inflammatory and offensive to the Jewish community. There is no doubt about that. When you say you won't denounce kill all the Jews, that's inflammatory.
Wait, if you think Zohran Mamdani is running around saying kill all the Jews, then he is anti-Semitic, right? You can't be in this world where you think Zohran Mamdani is running around saying that, which he never said, by the way. Like, if you're going to slander the man, go all the way. I don't understand it. What is this? You guys don't understand. I'm going for a reasonable centrism in my Islamophobic campaign attacks, where on the one hand, I'm claiming falsely that Zohran Mamdani is saying kill all the Jews, but on the other hand, I won't commit to saying he's anti-Semitic. This doesn't even make sense. Like, all people think, ironically enough, all people think their entire takeaway from this campaign or this media hit is going to be, you make no sense, and you're fucking pro-Israel at a time when, you know, the majority is not. The majority is very openly anti-Israel. And also, why the fuck do you keep talking about Israel? Why the fuck do you keep attacking Zohran Mamdani over Israel? Like, Zohran Mamdani is a 34-year-old Muslim socialist. He's an anti-Zionist as well. But you could have hit him on the policies. Even then, it would have probably been a lost cause because none of the things that he is advocating for are impossible to do. They're objectively popular. So you would still be running around talking about how, oh, we can't do these policies that have been done before in New York history. That would still be a bad campaign. But he'd probably do better than this.
You were campaigning in Harlem yesterday, and you painted a very bleak picture of what you believe New York City would be with Mamdani as mayor. Here's some of that.
This is about the future of the city of New York. I do not believe the city of New York has a future if Zohran Mamdani is elected mayor.
New York, as you well know, is a very resilient city. It certainly had a future after the horrific 9/11 terror attacks. It had a future after COVID. More than 47,000 people died during the pandemic. Why do you believe specifically that the city itself won't have a future if Mamdani is in fact mayor?
2 reasons.
It's interesting because, like, this is contentious. This is a somewhat contentious interview, but this is a target-rich environment for for adversarial journalism. Like, it's virtually impossible for any competent CNN anchor to conduct an interview with Andrew Cuomo at this point that doesn't actually try to address some of these inconsistencies. Okay. Whereas with Zohran Mamdani, he's run a fairly stainless campaign, right? Not a lot of blemishes there. All of the manufactured outrage points are just mostly ineffective. He's neutralized some of the arguments, and others you don't even need to talk about, right? And even then, adjust this to the Anderson Cooper interview. Anderson Cooper was trying to dagger him on everything. He was like, "Oh, well, in 2013, you said the NYPD was being trained by the IDF. What did you mean by that? Don't you think it's like anti-Semitic to say such a thing?" Like, no, it's not. It's just the truth. It's the truth. The IDF does train at the NYPD and also every other local police department. It's just the truth. Meanwhile, this guy's like, Zohran is an anti-Semite terrorist. He's going to cheer on 9/11. He's devastating. He's so divisive. He's so divisive by being Islam, by being Mohammedan. And they're barely scratching the surface of his inconsistencies and his ridiculous lines of attack.
Number one, the Mamdani is hostile to public safety, hostile to the NYPD. He said the NYPD, his words, are racist, wicked, corrupt, anti-queer, a threat to public safety. He has supported defunding, disarming, and disbanding the police. The public safety is job one in New York City and many cities. If people feel unsafe, that's very bad for the city. Number two, he's anti-corporate, anti-business, anti-wealth. One of the problems we're having in New York City now is our taxes are very, very high and people are leaving. As you mentioned, post-COVID, remote work, move to a place that has a lower tax rate because you can after COVID with remote work. So if you are anti-public safety and you are anti-corporation, and anti-business and hostile to the economy in New York City, yeah, you're going to see more people leave. You are seeing it now, right? He will accelerate the number of people and companies leaving.
Former Governor Andrew Cuomo, you say the race is just getting started, gaining momentum. We'll be watching the results on Tuesday. Appreciate your time tonight. Thank you.
Great. Thanks. Thanks for having me.
Front now, Harry Enton, to tell me, all of us, something I don't know. Oh, look at that laugh, Harry. Okay, so Harry, when we're looking at races, you've got New York, you've got New Jersey, you've got Virginia, so much attention being played to these three races. What is happening? How much of those races is actually a test of Donald Trump? How much is it actually about the races themselves and what's happening in those areas?
Yeah, I mean, look, if they're a test of Donald Trump, then Donald Trump can't be too happy with what we're seeing in the data right now. I mean, you talk about New Jersey. What do we see there? I know Republicans want to think that Jack Ciattarelli is closing the gap. But in all honesty, what we see there is that the Democratic candidate, Mikey Sherrill, has a clear advantage, about 6 points. That's the closest of the three races that we're talking about. Virginia, you see Abigail Spanberger way up there by double digits, up by 10 points. And then, of course, you were just interviewing Andrew Cuomo, but you see that Zohran Mamdani, the Democratic nominee, is ahead there by 16 points. At this point in time, and granted, Election Day, we'll see what happens, but at this point in time, to me, it seems like the Democrats are most likely going to sweep all three of those races. And that's in part because of Donald Trump, but it's also in part because, especially in a place like Virginia, they have a much better candidate than the Republican candidate.
How rare would it be, or how rare is it in this moment, perhaps, for Democrats to be leading with those margins?
Yeah, okay. So this, to me, is what's so interesting. You know that I like going through the spreadsheets. I like going through the history books.
Harry likes the data and the history.
I like the data. I like the history. I'm a little bit of a nerd. So, I was interested, how often do we actually see the Democratic side sweep all three of these races? New Jersey governor, Virginia governor, and New York City mayor. And it happened back in 2017. But beyond that, there are very few examples in history where we've seen the Democrats actually sweep all three of these races.
It's a real holy Toledo moment.
1989, of course, that was Dinkins in New York City. That was Jim Florio in New Jersey. And that was Douglas Wilder in Virginia. And then before that, you have to go back before either of us were born, to go back to 61, 57, 53. It has only happened 5 times in the last 90 years, what seems like is going to happen this Tuesday.
All right, we got 30 seconds left. Tell me something I don't know.
Okay, I will tell you something that you don't know, Erica Hale, beyond the fact that it is Halloween and I dressed as a dumpster fire this morning on national television.
I saw it. It was a good look.
It was a good look.
Yeah.
And that is the 5 times that I mentioned that the Democrats swept all three of those races. Each and every single time the following year, they won a majority in the U.S. House of Representatives. So if Democrats sweep on Tuesday, it, in my opinion, is a very good sign. Looking forward to
Data and history. Communism has killed more people than Nazi Germany. Yeah? Say it. Say it with your chest. Say the Nazis are better than the communists. Yeah, come on. We know you want to say it. It's so funny because the Nazis killed innocent people, okay? And a big part of the number that people falsely represent as deaths due to communism were the communists killing Nazis. Oh, why can't you say, hold on, why are you saying everyone is better than communists? Why won't you just say you like Nazis? Why are you such a pussy? Just say it out loud. Say it out loud. If you go in Russia and say, yay, communists, you get beaten up. I don't think that's the case. I don't think that's the case at all.
2026.
Not that it would matter. Why would that be? Why would that be my consideration at all? Yeah, if I went to Russia and said the invasion of Ukraine was unjustifiable, I'd probably get my ass beat and probably get thrown into prison. That doesn't mean it's the correct sentiment to express. Even though you're wrong about if you say, yay, communism in Russia, you get your ass beat. I don't think that would be the case at all, but I don't really place a lot of emphasis on what is allowed, what you're allowed to say in Russia, in modern day Russia, and what you're not allowed to say. Russian here, it's 100% true. To be honest, you'll get your ass beaten in almost any situation. Yeah. I literally don't know anyone who likes Nazis more than communism, but I'm totally going to use that line fire. Yeah, the only people that like Nazis more than communists are Nazis.
Taking back that majority from the Republicans.
We will be watching for it. Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween, Erica
Nice
Hill.
to see you, my
nice
friend,
to see
as
you.
always.
As voters cast early ballots ahead of Election Day this coming Tuesday, we end today's show with the mayoral race in Minneapolis. Omar Fatah, the son of Somali immigrants, a Democratic socialist, is a leader.
Yes. Omar Fateh is the Mamdani of the Midwest, okay? And he hasn't gotten a lot of coverage. I've obviously covered his campaign throughout the times. I unfortunately got into a bit of heat myself in the process, especially with the Charlie Kirk assassination, so I couldn't actually fly to Minneapolis and do a... Omar has no motion, it's sad to see. Actually, you're wrong about that. As far as the latest polls show, some polls show Jacob Frey, who is an incredibly unpopular candidate, the incumbent, with a -17 net negative approval rating, barely beating Omar Fateh within the margin of error by like 1 point on the first choice on the ranked choice voting, and Omar Fateh defeating Jacob Frey on the third and fourth rounds of ranked choice voting. And therefore, Omar Fateh still has a shot In the upcoming days until Tuesday, I'm going to try to do a little bit of a fundraiser for the Omar Fateh team here, because I from what I understand, he gets no coverage whatsoever, but they have a pretty good ground game overall. Energy on the ground isn't looking good, to be honest. Yes, part of that is because the Minneapolis Hasanabi heads, we have to do better, okay? We have to do better. We have to go and we have to fucking canvas. If you are in Minneapolis, but by and large, the amount of coverage that Omar Fateh has gotten is coming from the right. The only people that talk about him are right-wingers that just keep constantly saying, like, America's being taken over. America's being taken over by the Muslims. If you're not in Minneapolis, you should phone bank. If you're in Minneapolis, you should door knock. And hopefully we'll be able to fundraise as well a little bit here, because he's great. He's great.
Leading candidate seeking to unseat incumbent Mayor Jacob Fry, who's running for a third term. In 2020, Fatah made history as the first Muslim, first Somali American to be elected to Minnesota's state Senate. Fatah's surging campaign has drawn comparisons to Zoran Mamdani, the Democratic socialist, who polls indicate may be the first Muslim mayor of New York. Minneapolis Congressmember Ilhan Omar has endorsed Fatah, along with Jewish Voice for Peace Action and labor unions like SEIU. Minneapolis implemented ranked choice voting in 2009, which allows voters to choose up to 3 candidates in order of preference on their ballot. The winning candidate must receive at least half.
The problem is, we all know the electorate, okay? Let's be real. I think that in Minneapolis, you already have a built-in, very diverse group of people that are going to ride for you, that will overlook this sort of thing. But the broader base of support in Minneapolis is probably even more racist, I would say, than the New York electorate is. And on top of that, Omar is both Muslim and black. So he's getting it. He's getting hit from both ends in that regard. And unfortunately, racism is a major component in every fucking election. The reality of the matter is, it just makes it much harder, right? But as you know, my opinion on the matter, it's a hurdle that you can overcome with good policies, and Omar has done that. Okay, I would say that the biggest weaknesses beyond the obvious ones for the electorate being relatively racist is that a lot of people are not even aware that there's a Minneapolis mayoral race happening that's coming up. Unfortunately, it doesn't get the same national looks, but there is an opportunity there. There is an opportunity there. The opportunity there is that like some of these races that don't get the same national looks can actually be unique opportunities for underdog candidates to win. The DFL is working to ruin his shot as well. Like the establishment Democrats, the institutional Democrats are attacking him. The wealthier interests are attacking him. He has the same exact dynamic as Zoran Mamdani, and he has very similar policies to Zoran Mamdani as well.
Half the vote. There are a total of 15 mayoral candidates on the ballot, with 4 Democrats, including the 2 frontrunners, Mayor Jacob Fry and Omar Fateh. Fateh is the only top candidate who's asked voters not to rank Fry, a centrist who's faced widespread criticism over his crackdown on Black Lives Matter protesters following the police murder of George Floyd in 2020. Fry has received the endorsement of Minnesota Governor, failed vice presidential candidate Tim Walz. Minnesota State Senator and Minneapolis mayoral candidate Omar Fateh joins us now.
Open presence. Thank you for the 25
welcome
gifted.
You to Democracy Now! If you can start off by talking about what the slate is that you are a part of, for people to understand around the country this issue of ranked choice voting and what you're moving forward on now, your major issues.
Yeah, first, thank you for having me. So we came up with the slate for change, myself, candidate Janice Hampton, and candidate Dwayne Davis, because we believe it's the best we are the best three candidates to move our city forward. We came together around our collective vision, and yet despite our differences, showing that Minneapolis can have a different kind of politics where if you think differently, if you have slight differences in opinion around different issues, that we shouldn't have an adversarial relationship, and that we can still be partners in doing the work for our people, for the people of Minneapolis. And so our vision includes one, or my vision includes one, in which we make Minneapolis a more affordable city, increasing the minimum wage to $20 an hour, passing rent stabilization to protect our renters so they don't get priced out. It includes having a public safety system that reflects the needs of everyone. 5 years after the murder of George Floyd,
Also, Omar Fateh is a U.S.-born American citizen, too. He's not even naturalized, even though, of course, that hasn't stopped the Republicans from both presenting Zoran and Omar Fateh as like Muslim infiltrators from afar. I just don't see this working, sadly. Man, why? Why wouldn't you just fucking push for it? Who gives a shit? Like, there is no reason. You can't just back candidacies that you think are always going to win regardless. First of all, there is a shot. You're wrong. If you look at the actual polls, Omar Fateh is doing very well. He won technically the endorsement of the DFL, even though they rat fucked him afterwards. And even on the first choice ballots, he's within 1 to 2 points between him and Jacob Frey. Jacob Frey is the incredibly unpopular incumbent mayor. There is no reason to engage in this sort of pessimism, especially at this point.
Doesn't have a plan or doesn't intend to have a plan. And finally, we have a hostile federal government with Trump back in office, who has the trifecta. He has both the House and the Senate and the presidency. And on top of that, he has a Supreme Court that's going to do and has been doing whatever he wants. And so as a city, we need to build a strong line of defense to protect all of our vulnerable residents.
Why would him being naturalized be a problem? No, I'm just saying that like Zoran is a naturalized U.S. citizen, right? And they were talking about denaturalizing him and shit. Like, and they say that my point is Zoran is an American. Okay, Zoran is an American citizen. He's a naturalized U.S. citizen. Omar Fateh is a natural-born U.S. citizen. Okay, and yet for some weird reason, right-wingers attack them both as outsiders who are actually infiltrating America. I wonder what the reason for that is. Why is that a line of attack? That's the question I'm asking you, and I think we all know what the answer to that question is. Okay? It's just fucking racism. That's it.
Feel, Omar Fateh, about being called the Mamdani of the Midwest. And one of the issues that Zoran Mamdani raises in this New York mayoral race is the issue of big money. If you can all...
So the irony, of course, is that while Fry is... You're not wrong, okay? I just don't see if a Zoran method is working in a city that's one of the most affordable in the country. That's like 50% of Zoran's appeal is still good, but I don't think it'll be as salient as it was in New York. Well, there are other issues there as well. So there are other issues in Minneapolis regardless. No, Cloud District Enjoyer is not wrong, okay? Minneapolis still has unaffordability problems, though. That's the only problem. That's the only issue I take with what Cloud District Enjoyer is saying, because affordability is a problem everywhere, okay? Because you are looking at it from a broader perspective. People who live in Minneapolis still have affordability problems. Obviously, if you adjust the affordability of Minneapolis to the affordability of New York, as someone who probably lives in a major city that is far less affordable than Minneapolis, you go, what do you mean? People aren't as mad about affordability. Of course they are. Poverty, affordability, these are relative constructs, okay? So yes, while you look at Minneapolis from a national perspective, it is one of the few major cities in the country where affordability is not as salient of an issue as opposed to like New York, because it's much more affordable than a place like New York. For the people in Minneapolis, there are still significant problems.
So talk about the role of big money in your mayoral race, PACs protecting the interests of developers and funneling millions of dollars into campaigns, and your chief rival, Mayor Fry.
Yeah, what we're seeing with Zoran's campaign and campaigns across the nation is that we're seeing progressive candidates running on a sincere and authentic message around affordability and making the lives of working families better. For far too long, the Democratic Party has lost the message around how to improve the lives, around the costs of living, around renters that are struggling with paycheck to paycheck.
There is no place on the country, there's no place in the United States of America, okay? There is not a single place in the United States of America where the affordability message is not salient. Make no mistake. And even if we were living in an economic boom where everybody was like, oh, all my needs are met, you could still tailor your message around making things even more affordable, okay? Improving quality of life for every single person.
Struggling to make the next month's rent, struggling to pay for basic food and healthcare costs. And so this is kind of the reason why we saw a hard swing in 2024 with Trump winning the presidency, and now candidates on the left or in the Democratic Party winning with a similar message around affordability. Now, was Trump lying when he was running? 100%, of course he was. But he knew that that was the message that would resonate the most with the population. And so right now what we're seeing here in Minneapolis is that Mayor Fry has 5 PACs right now. Not 1, not 2, but 5 PACs that have been well-funded, that have been sending out glossy mailers, nonstop ads on social media and on YouTube and things like that. And the reality is that if an incumbent has been doing the on-the-ground work, connecting with residents, connecting with stakeholders, working well with city council and cross-jurisdictionally across different levels of government, there wouldn't be the need to spend that much money and having 5 different PACs to defend you. It's very telling that right now that the mayor doesn't have a single county endorsement, county commissioner endorsement, or state legislator endorsement. And it's because he hasn't been able to work well with others and has handed the city off in his last 2 terms to the wealthy and the well-connected and not the working families. And so that has been evident throughout this campaign.
State Senator, your headquarters, your campaign headquarters for mayor in the predominantly East African neighborhood of Cedar Riverside, Minneapolis, was vandalized with graffiti that read, "Somali Muslim, this warning is no joke," in black marker. You're certainly not the only Muslim politician to receive these threats in Minnesota and nationwide. I think about Ilhan Omar, who has also endorsed you, the Congress member from Minneapolis. But can you talk about the rise of anti-Muslim hate, racism in the country? And do you think the Democratic Party and other Democratic candidates and politicians are pushing back hard enough?
Well, what we are seeing here in Minnesota, I believe, is a direct result of our welcoming, the way we welcome everyone and the way we uplift everyone. And what I mean by that is that we were the first state to have a Muslim congressman in Keith Ellison. We were the first state to have a Muslim congresswoman in Ilhan Omar, who's been serving honorably and serving CD5 and has been a rock star for all of us and a voice that we truly needed.
Is it a coincidence that Muslims have been the method lately? We got Zoran, Fateh, El Sayed, big election cycle for progressive Muslims. I don't think it's that confusing, because I think for like living in the United States of America, if you are from a Muslim background, you're, with the exception of Zoran, I would say, Zoran is the exception in this regard. You're usually coming from a lower income area regardless. You're coming from a minority group in the country that has seen the economic devastation firsthand. And therefore, your policy vision reflects that reality. So it's the same reason why, like, American Muslims, by and large, post 9/11, are one of the more reliable progressive voting blocks in the country. And it's so funny that people still do this shit, where this guy just said progressive Muslim is an oxymoron. Right now, in the United States of America, the most progressive politicians in office are by and large Muslim, okay? Especially on the Democratic Party front. Every single Democrat, Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, Zohran Mamdani, Abdul El Sayed is running for office, as we saw. These are the most progressive candidates in the country, okay? Pro-trans, pro-labor rights, anti-militarism. They are the most leftist candidates you have. People cope and seethe and say they're cultural Muslims at best, which is crazy to say about Ilhan Omar, who wears a hijab. It's crazy to say even about Zohran. Like, no, these guys are actually straight up. They are much more Muslim than I am. They are following the faith much better than I am, okay? I can't speak on Omar. I don't know the extent of his, I don't know how much he practices or whatnot. But yeah, Ruhr Roman is another one. Just so stupid. I suspect Fateh is also a practicing Muslim as well. It's so funny to me that people still run with this like unimaginable cope where they're like, oh, they must be faking it. Bro, it's like you always say, I can be a progressive Jew, no problem, but God forbid a Muslim runs as a progressive. It's just so silly. And I think a part of that is because of the, a part of that is certainly born out of the fact that Muslims are actively attacked. Islamophobia makes it much easier to monolithize the entire religion and certainly the entire followers of this faith in the United States of America, even when all evidence points to the contrary. There are polls that show that this is not the reality, right? They are far, far more open-minded and far more progressive, Muslim Americans are, than evangelical Protestants are, for example. White evangelical Protestants are a much more consequential force in American politics. They're much larger in number. Obviously, it's a more fundamentalist segment of the broader Christian religion, but, they are a far more consequential group that has far larger numbers than Muslims do overall. And Muslims are much more progressive than evangelical Christians are in this country.
What we're seeing in the last few years is that I think since 2024, there has been over a dozen instances of attacks on mosques, for example. Minnesota has had, I believe, the first and only mosque being bombed in the entire nation. Over $3 million in damages, 3 mosques fully burned to the ground. Myself and other Muslim elected officials have been receiving threats on email and social media.
We have 20 seconds.
Yes, and through social media. And so the rise in hate we've been seeing has been a direct result of also Trump being elected. But in terms of campaigns, we've seen also Democratic campaigns latch onto this and use it in their own messaging. And
we have 20 seconds is classic. Amy Goodman. You guys don't watch enough Democracy Now! You're not ball knowers. That's not even disrespectful. That's just how it goes, okay? That is just how it goes, baby.
Through their PACs to try to win their elections. And so rather than going on the defense for one another, they've been using it to sow more hate.
Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube.
So President Trump says he is not considering military strikes inside Venezuela as part of his campaign against drug traffickers. But at least one media report suggests otherwise. There's all.
I like that as far as the potential war, in Venezuela, okay? Donald Trump is literally every day being like, oh, I'm going to hit Venezuela. I'm going to strike Venezuela. I'm going to do CIA covert ops in Venezuela. I love striking Venezuela. It's my favorite thing. I go to sleep thinking about hitting Venezuelan targets. And then one news report comes out for the Wall Street Journal being like, they're actually gearing for war against Venezuela. And they're like, no. Where did you guys get that idea? I don't know. Maybe people got that idea from everything you've said thus far. And also moving a fucking aircraft carrier to the coastline of Venezuela. Perhaps that's the reason why we got that idea, because we've been hearing you say it. Yeah. Sky News verified satellite imagery that shows the position of USS Iwo Jima, the ship where these live shooting drills were happening. The imagery shows the ship under 200 kilometers away from the coastline of Venezuela. How did we get here? A new guided missile cruiser, the USS Gettysburg, has arrived in the Caribbean, adding to the U.S. military buildup in the region. After this buildup, it would be harder to back off unless something happened. They're going to have to do something unless Maduro steps down or does something dramatic enough that Trump could claim a success, former Pentagon official said to The Hill. The warships are now approximately 124 miles from Venezuela. This was yesterday. The warships are now approximately 124 miles from Venezuela's La Orchila Island, home to one of the country's key air bases and radar facilities. Their approach places them within immediate operational range for amphibious or precision strike missions, according to Newsweek yesterday. Everyone remember how Putin said he won't invade Ukraine? Low key, Donald Trump has said more about invading Venezuela than Putin did about invading Ukraine in the military buildup that took place before the invasion of Ukraine took place. Okay? It's not like, you're right. You're not wrong. Okay? That's a perfect comparison. One that I, of course, also was duped by as well, famously. Something that people never let me live down. But it's like, Donald Trump is straight up saying, like, no, we're gonna strike Venezuela. I want to do a land invasion of Venezuela is words that have come out of his mouth. So I don't think it's all that crazy for people to assume that he is going to do that. Anti-war candidate, by the way. 6-7 peace negotiations I've succeeded in putting together. I've done too much peace for far too long. The world has been too peaceful. We must actually end up doing more war so I can do another peace process. I can do another peace treaty. Yeah, and then, Trump's like, I'm going to invade Venezuela. And then everyone's like, dude, you're going to invade Venezuela? He goes, me? Well, huh? Me? Talking about me? Ah, never. Okay. Why are there aircraft carriers on the coastline of Venezuela? Why are there so many goddamn naval vessels? Why did you say that you would do covert operations by the CIA, that you sanctioned covert operations on the CIA? At least Russia didn't bullshit genocide. At least Russia did the bullshit genocide and Donbass stuff that we aren't even pretending to come up with a reason for this. Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, there is, like, Russia had, in the buildup, there was so much. There were military exercises that happened on the border. Russia had at least like a comprehensive messaging campaign as to why they had to intervene in Ukraine. We're not doing that at all. And even then, it was obviously still bullshit. Make no mistake. There is no justification for invading Ukraine, as I've said time and time again. But we're not even fucking doing that. We didn't even try. We're just like, drugs, I think. They literally came out and were like, drugs or whatever. Who gives a shit? Yeah, we're going to kill a bunch of people. That's unironically what it has looked like so far. Look at all these boats we're blowing up. Isn't that awesome? And everyone's like, I don't know about this, actually. This doesn't seem like a good idea. And they're like, oh, well, Maduro's bad, I think. Come on. Incredible stuff. Yeah, not even the farce of Tonkin. Nope. We used to be a nation, okay? We used to be a proud nation. We used to, at the very least, try to create like psyops and shit to get the people on board. Nowadays, democracy is not worth the price of the paper that it's written on, okay? It just doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We're just doing vibes-based global war on terror initiatives now. It's crazy. Yet another glaringly obvious example of the deteriorating conditions, including the deterioration of democracy, where you don't even have an investment or an interest in trying to get the people on board, knowing full well that you could just kind of get away with it and people are too busy focusing on the 17,000 different snap benefit rage bait AI videos that they're watching on the timeline or whatever the fuck they're predisposed with. Awesome. Now we also know why. Marco Rubio was playing the role of lapdog for the Trump administration. Okay? Because this was his project all along. I mean, he's a major war hawk. He wants to do the failure, the dominoes theory here in the Caribbean, and he seemingly is going to get his wishes. Bolton must be fuming. No, Bolton wanted to do that with Iran. Yeah. Rubio wants to destroy Venezuela. He wants to destroy Cuba. He wants to have a significant foothold in Latin America. He wants to eviscerate the modest growth in the direction of social democracy that has kind of taken place in some South American countries. He's like, nope, can't have that. Time to go back and do a global war on terror style initiative in South America, which, unlike Iraq and unlike the MENA region, is actually connected by continent to the United States of America. Like there is a direct pathway to the United States of America. So the instability that will be born out of these initiatives will actually have tremendous reverberations that we can absolutely feel. But that, of course, will be another opportunity for the administration to lean greatly into the reactionary sentiment against brown people in ways that you previously thought were unimaginable. Regardless of your own imaginative capacity, I promise you it will be worse. Okay? I promise you it's gonna be worse. Just you wait. When you got mass migration taking place because all of the fertile land has been reduced to rubble and bombed into oblivion, and you got economic refugees that are then going to their neighboring nations and destabilizing said neighboring nations, and then people are migrating from neighboring nations as well as the original nation that has been destroyed by war, and you got tens of millions of people being like, where the fuck do we go? I guess we have to walk by foot to the United States of America. All that will await them at the border is an increasingly militarized border, concentration camps, drones, AI surveillance technology, and a robust military force, ICE specifically, and Customs and Border Patrol that is ready to start mowing down these waves of migrants that are simply trying to escape the war and instability that we caused in South America. Truly, truly evil stuff.
Also a report that disputed Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro is pleading with U.S. adversaries for help. A bipartisan group of senators now asking for more information. Senior national correspondent Aisha Hasni is at the White House tonight. Good evening, Aisha.
Shannon, good evening to you. The president has indicated previously that he would be open to moving his war on drugs from sea to land. But when it comes to a decision to strike within Venezuela, he's not there yet.
There are reports that you are considering strikes within Venezuela. Is that true?
No.
With just one word, President Trump shutting down a report from the Miami Herald that he's decided to strike military sites inside Venezuela at any moment.
That you made a decision on that?
No, it's not true.
Thursday, the Wall Street Journal reported the administration's pinned down targets used to transport drugs, but that the president hasn't made up his mind yet about striking. It comes as disputed Venezuelan President Nicolas.
Yeah, as far as the refugee limitations, reportedly the United States in 2026 is limiting to only accepting 7,500 refugees, and almost all of them are white South Africans, by the way. The white genocide that's taken place in South Africa and the refugees that we will only accept from South Africa. This is the most Twitter administration of all time. So much so that Donald Trump also recently posted about Nigeria and how they're waging war against Christianity in Nigeria. Okay? It's the like the white genocide in South Africa narratives were already cooked up by white nationalists under the first Trump administration, and it reached the ears of this current administration, and now they're actually taking the initiative on this like totally made up nonsensical story. And then they're also talking about doing this. I mean, I don't know what they're gonna do in Nigeria, but the very fact that they're like geared up and making an issue out of this in a place like Nigeria implies that they are once again hyper focused on whatever narrative gets cooked up on the internet. That's why it's not an accident or weird when you really think about it that JD Vance is over here duking it out with like groypers wearing MAGA hats at the Turning Point USA conference, or talking about Kaya being abused or some shit. It's because they are unimaginably online.
Maduro is now turning to Russia and China for help. The Washington Post reports Maduro is, quote, requesting defensive radars, aircraft repairs, and potentially missiles from Vladimir Putin, and expanded military cooperation from Xi Jinping. Meanwhile, the Pentagon has a carrier strike group on its way to the Caribbean as it ramps up attacks on alleged drug boats.
Yeah, it's not Zog, dude. You know, like the neo-Nazi, anti-Semitic, like Zog, Zionist occupied government is POG. It's podcaster occupied government. Okay, it's not Zog, it's POG. And the opportunities for fuck shit are endless under POG. Podcaster occupied government.
But bipartisan frustration is growing on Capitol Hill over whether these operations are legal.
We are violating the Constitution. There is supposed to be due process.
And over a lack of information from the Pentagon. Today, the top Republican and Democrat on the Senate Armed Services Committee complained they have yet to receive a response to their congressional inquiries about the legal rationale from War Secretary Pete Hegseth. More Republicans are now calling for more transparency after Senate Democrats were left out of a classified briefing the White House organized this week.
Give the same briefing to every Republican, to every Democrat in the United States Senate.
And Shannon, you'll want to pay attention to next week on Capitol Hill because Republican Senator Rand Paul is apparently joining forces with two Democrats, Adam Schiff and Tim Kaine, to potentially force a vote on a bill, a resolution to stop the president from unilaterally declaring war on Venezuela. Shannon?
Okay, so Aisha, also, a federal judge just blocked the president's efforts to tighten up voter registration. It's been an ongoing issue for this president. What do we know about?
Another alarm bell was what was the military guy that just like quit? Like he resigned. The head of the U.S. military Southern Command is stepping down. Admiral Alvin Halsey is leaving less than a year into his tenure, and as Pentagon escalates attacks against boats in the Caribbean Sea. The military commander overseeing the Pentagon's escalating attacks against boats in the Caribbean Sea that the Trump administration says are smuggling drugs said on Thursday that he was stepping down. The officer, Admiral Alvin Halsey, is leaving his job as the head of the U.S. Southern Command, which oversees all operations in Central and South America, even as the Pentagon has rapidly built up 10,000 forces in the region in what it says is a major counter-drug and counterterrorism mission. It was unclear why Admiral Halsey is suddenly departing less than a year into what is typically a 3-year job and in the midst of the biggest operation in his 37-year career. But one current and one former U.S. official, both of whom spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss personal matters, said that Admiral Halsey has raised concerns about the mission and the attacks on the alleged drug boats. In a statement on social media, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth made no mention of any friction with his 4-star commander. On behalf of the Department of War, said Mr. Hegseth, using the name of the department he now prefers, we extend our deepest gratitude to Admiral Alvin Halsey for his more than 37 years of distinguished service to our nation as he plans to retire at year's end. Nor did Admiral Halsey publicly voice any policy objections, urging his command's 1,200 military service members and civilians in a statement, keep charging. But the other officials of the Pentagon and on Capitol Hill said the praise masked real policy tensions concerning Venezuela that the admiral and his civilian boss were seeking to paper over. Prior to Trump, I can't think of a combatant commandeer who left his or her post early ever, said Representative Adam Smith of Washington, a senior Democrat on the House Armed Services Committee. Senator Jack Reed of Rhode Island, the top Democrat on the Senate Armed Services Committee, was even more pointed in his criticism. At a moment when the U.S. forces are building up across the Caribbean and tensions with Venezuela are at a boiling point, the departure of our top military commander in the region sends an alarming signal of instability within the chain of command. Since early September, U.S. Special Operations Forces have struck at least 5 boats, and since then the number has gone far higher than that. This was in October 17th, I believe, a couple weeks prior to this. It's not a good sign when you have a career admiral who is overseeing the entirety of your fucking operations, resigns after 37 years of service right before you end up going to war, a war that he was supposed to oversee. Not great. Don't think it's great.
So this is a big win today for Democrats and civil rights groups. They sued over the president's executive order, which required voters.
Like in the past, that right there, paired up with like the boat strikes, would be a month-long media cycle, okay? Even like 10 years ago, this would be like there would be tremendous scrutiny. The media would be going to every single person that has worked with this guy and been like, what the fuck is going on here? They would try to get him to whistleblow. I'm kind of dumb. Why is not good? Can you make it clear, please? Career admirals that have spent 37 years in the fucking military don't just leave while there is tremendous buildup. Like, we're going to war with Venezuela. The guy who's supposed to oversee the Venezuelan war is not just going to fucking leave unceremoniously unless there is some major friction between what he thinks is the appropriate thing to do versus what the administration is demanding of him. Yeah, they also fired the national intelligence guy for the Fent narrative. The Trump admin also fired the director of the National Intelligence Council, who produced the intelligence assessment disproving claims about Maduro being a narco-terrorist, instructed Grinnell to halt all diplomatic talks with Venezuela. They're not even doing a good enough job with this far-reaching narrative, supposedly, where the administration is still have like some level of competence in these positions. So they're just like, what do you mean? This is my job. My job is to tell you what's going on. You didn't give me the prior reasoning for why I must lie in this report, I suspect. This kind of stuff happens all the time. It just happens less frequently. More competent administrations that have these plans mapped out years prior to initiating it. The difference in this administration is that it's haphazardly put together, and they don't even see a need to put together a coherent agenda as to why they must bomb Venezuela, as to why they must actually destabilize Venezuela and invade Venezuela potentially. Yeah. Famously, though, you don't see military guys quit like that, especially career military guys, right before the most consequential military operation of their career. This is why he was in the military for 37 years, okay? That's the reason why he was in the military, for this exact opportunity, for this exact moment. So clearly what he saw in terms of what this mission looks like was a clear and present danger.
To prove their citizenship in order to register to vote in federal elections, a federal judge in D.C. today ruled that is unconstitutional, writing this: because our Constitution assigns responsibility for election regulation to the states and to Congress, this court holds that the president lacks the authority to direct such changes. No reaction tonight just yet from the White House. Shannon.
All right. Aisha Hasanabi at the White House. Thank you so much.
You got it.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page.
All right, we'll do an update on El Fasher, and then we'll do an update on El Fasher in Sudan, and then we will move on to some fun stuff, okay? Because there's a lot of fun stuff to watch on the docket. As I've said, we have Exposing the Gambling Epidemic by CoffeeZilla. We have ChatGPT Made Me Delusional by Eddie Bareback. We have New York by Gatsu. And we have the politics of One Piece, and also the book talk conversations that I'm going to have about the politics of One Piece. But before, here's a quick update on El Fasher. 36,000 people are fleeing El Fasher amid escalating violence.
Crisis in Sudan as an armed paramilitary group seizes the city of El Fasher. There are reports of mass killings, kidnappings, and terrified residents hiding in their homes. And ABC's Marcus Moore joins us now from London with this story. Good morning, Marcus.
Gio, good morning. Some startling numbers are revealing the scale of the situation in Sudan. Some 36,000 people have been forced to leave their homes in El Fasher just in the last week alone. And there are reports of executions and mass killings, just utter chaos in the city, which is in the western part of the country. The UN says 460 people were killed in an attack on a maternity ward there. The deaths included patients and their visitors. And we have also seen satellite images that reveal piles of bodies, showing the enormity of what is unfolding there. There are reports that many have been abducted for ransom or executed as they fled for safety. And this war has been raging now for more than 2 years. The National Army is locked in a fight against the Rapid Support Force, or the RSF paramilitary group, and aid agencies have said the humanitarian crisis there is worsening, with Al Fasher surrounded and families cut off from basic supplies. A famine was declared there more than a year ago, and Janae, aid groups are calling for civilians to be protected as this war rages on.
At least 19 people are now confirmed.
Are there proxy influences in this conflict? Yes. As I talked about extensively, and we can go back to it, or you can go back to a video that I've done on this a week ago. This is, there are, of course, proxy influences. One of the most consequential one has been the United Arab Emirates, who are funding the RSF, the Rapid Support Forces. And there is a longer video that I did on it on my YouTube channel, I believe, and also on YouTube on all the fan channels too. Okay. Oh, there was also the Marjorie Taylor Greene moment of applause here on Bill Maher, even though the Bill Maher the Bill Maher broadcast is it has like a paid audience that are supposed to be applauding. That's the reason why they applaud. Russia is funding the RSF too, but not getting as much hate for it. Well, that's because it's Russia, and Russia is not an ally to the United States of America in the way that the UAE is. And number two is that Russia is also supported the Sudanese armed forces as well. They're on both sides of that conflict. They want access to the Red Sea port, and they also want to keep filling their coffers with money that they can get from gold extraction, in the same way that UAE's major interest here is instability and more importantly, controlling larger swaths of Sudanese territory so that they can continue their gold mining operations. But you have access to the Red Sea ports as a major component in this, and you have mineral mining that is a major reason for why there are other regional powers or other global powers that are invested in the instability in Sudan and the death and destruction that's taking place. Yeah, there's a reason Dubai just unveiled the world's largest gold bar despite not having any operating gold mines in the UAE. All right, let's see.
Here's why I'm angry. The Democrats passed Obamacare, but yet the Republicans have never done anything to correct the problems that exist with it. And I blame my own party. That's absolutely wrong. And I don't think it's an easy thing to fix. However, it's something that we should have a plan for. And Mike Johnson, for a month now, cannot give me a single policy idea. And I'm angry about that.
Is this your understanding of our...
Here's why.
It's pretty crazy. She's hitting the same like anti-establishment lines that the populist left has hit. The populist left hits the anti-establishment lines when they dagger the Democratic Party for good reason, and they win a lot of favors from the base for that reason. Marjorie Taylor Greene is doing it on the opposing side against the establishment Republicans. But the difference, of course, is that there is a populist anti-establishment, quote unquote, candidate or president right now in charge, Donald Trump. So for her, this is I don't know how much success she can have with this, but I will say she is going to a certain degree woke, but obviously there's going to be limitations to how woke she is. Ask her about any sort of military campaign in Mexico or Venezuela, and I'm sure she will very quickly show you that while she sheds tears for the children of Palestine, she wants to turn Caracas into Gaza. You know, still very much a weirdo racist, but you know, I'll take it. Any sort of instability, I will take gladly. Haley Stevens had 3 shots to seriously condemn increase of influence of corporate PAC money in politics. She went 0-3. Schumer's handpicked candidates are performing so badly that you start to wonder if he's deliberately tanking his career, but don't worry, at least he's doing a bang-up job as a Senate Democratic leader.
Do you think large corporations have too much influence in politics right now?
I think the voice of the people is very important. And
so is that a yes or no?
I don't necessarily view it like that.
Why not? I mean, this is a lot of energy on the Democratic side right now is on this.
Well, what would be an example of that, Greg?
Well, I was going to ask you that.
Yeah.
But you said...
Well, here's the thing. I field 50,000 phone calls a year from constituents. I take my cues from people who are calling my office to get help.
She is so bad. It's actually alarming. She is so bad that it makes me question whether the consultant class on the establishment Democratic flank of the Democratic Party is even like remotely invested in winning elections at all for their flank. It is honestly crazy. Like, she is so incompetent. It blows my fucking mind how bad she is. Like, negative charisma. And on top of that, she's running on like a, yeah, well, what are you going to do? Don't you know? It's the PACs that are backing me. Don't you know? That's why I'm doing this. I'm sounding like Chris Cuomo here, but I mean, Andrew Cuomo here.
I return millions of dollars to the pocketbooks of Michiganders. That is who I serve.
I think some of your opponents would say an example is healthcare costs are through the roof for average Michigan residents. The healthcare industry gives buckets of money to the people who set the policies. Why isn't anything being done here?
Well, people don't want to see their health care prices increase. Look, I've worked very hard in the Congress to lower the cost of prescription drugs. I would say that we have got to protect access to affordable health care, every step of the way. There's been a lot of debates about what this would look like, but we don't want to be in the business as Democrats of taking people's health care away. This is what we see the Republican Party going down the line of over and over again. When I was first elected to Congress, it was pre-existing conditions. That was a fear for people. And now we're seeing the same old playbook. Well, we're not going to, we don't believe in the ACA exchange. We don't believe in what was set up through Obamacare.
Oh, yeah, blah, blah, blah. I'm confused how this answer could be anything besides an empathetic yes. Maybe there's context missing in the clips or something, but 70% of voters think lobbyists and special interest groups have too much influence on Congress. Brother, I'm going to keep it $1.50. Any fucking person running for any office whatsoever at this stage is still saying, well, corporate PACs are good, is so beyond the pale and so oblivious. I don't know how to deal with this. Like, you just don't want to win. You don't want to win at all. Dude, Republicans don't even try to address this issue. You know what I mean? Like, just lie at that point, God damn. Maintain some semblance of dignity, please. What are you doing? Oh, God. Oh, Kaya, what the fuck? Oh, she just fucking farted so bad. Oh, no. Yeah, maintain dignity through lying. That's what I said exactly. You got a race to win, right? I mean, she's running against my candidate, obviously, Dr. Abdul El Sayed. Our candidate is hopefully, inshallah, going to win. Hey, let a lady toot? Nah, dude, it's bad. It's bad as fuck. It's bad to the bone. Oh, I can't even... Anyway, let's start with the New York one from Gatsu.
I can never think any place in the world is expensive now. A lot of New Yorkers are rude, criminals, or on drugs, but usually a combination of all of those. And every building in the financial district is responsible for countries getting cooed because the cokeheads on Wall Street and in Washington wanted their resources.
Did I just catch you wanting to be shit?
But the skyline is so cool though. New York is genuinely a legendary city. It's where like every movie is filmed. Spider-Man is a New Yorker, and you can see him on the subway saving people's lives when you're in New York. And this city is very alive and also very hardworking. Americans in general work a lot, but in New York, when you look at the skyline at night, all the lights are still on because everyone is trying to pay their median rent of $4,950 in Manhattan. Hell man, even the mayor needed some money. That's why he allegedly took bribes, illegal donations, and free or heavily discounted flights and hotels from Turkish Airlines.
It's true.
Turkish officials for political favors, like opening up Turkey's consulate in New York early and that he would refrain from recognizing the Armenian genocide. Also, like how he played in a Turkish romantic comedy.
You guys are from Turkey. Brooklyn loves Turkey. Brooklyn is the
Of course, the fucking Georgian is going to talk shit about the true Turk in this race, by the way, which I obviously have always endorsed and always supported, and am devastated. I'm devastated by the fact that he had to drop out of this race. Okay. This was truly an issue of consequence for me. And I know many of you who are proud Turks in this chat as well were equally as devastated by Eric Adams, a true Turk, leaving the race.
Of America. We love your food, we love your music, but I don't understand Turkish. We can take a selfie though.
Bro, at least take a bribe from Qatar, bro. What do you mean you're being bribed by Turkey, bro? Who has ever been bribed by Turkey? Also, Zoran would never. Walking through Manhattan, you will just see evil buildings. Anything on Wall Street or Jeffrey Epstein's Manhattan house, but also it undeniably looks so cool.
Within the first 5 minutes of me being in America, I experienced both sides of American culture. First off, this extremely friendly old guy came up and asked me for a cigarette, and I gave him some tobacco. When I told him it had come all the way from England, his face lit lit up with joy and he said, "Damn, this might be the oldest, most ancient cigarette ever." I think he genuinely thought England is like actually still in the 1600s or something, but he thanked me profusely, wished me and Gatsu well, and went on his way. 10 out of 10, first human interaction in America, right? So obviously next, it was time for us to face the Newark Airport Grim Reaper. This dude was dressed in 100% Young Thug's brand clothing, okay? And considering Young Thug's recent court proceedings and public appearances...
Free OG Diddy, man. Free OG. For real? Sure. OG nigga? Wait, really? Hopefully would. Alright, free Diddy. If he said it, I'm free Diddy too.
That's how I knew...
I also have a suspicion about this, you know, rappers appearing on stream shit and rappers also doing streams in general, or like musicians in general doing streams. I think the labels are like, I think the labels are directly forcing people like Ice Spice to do Twitch streams because they think they can just like recreate the same, or the talent agencies, like someone out there is getting people to engage in this, thinking that they can actually cultivate like the same fan bases that Twitch streamers have cultivated after doing, you know, 8-hour streams every fucking day. It's dumb. I don't think it'll work, but it's pretty obvious that they just saw all of the promo that they're getting. They saw all the promo that they got from like Kai Cenat, Black Boy Max, and many others, and they're like, oh, we can just like make them do it.
We were in trouble, right? He comes up to us and says, "Y'all waiting for an Uber? Y'all about to get an Uber, right? Yeah. Cancel it. You two are riding with me." I'm like, "Nah, bro, our guy's gonna be here in a couple minutes. Thank you, though. Thank you. Don't be scared. Don't be scared." And he then shows us his phone screen. It's a photo of some lady, I assume his significant other, and he goes, "You can trust me. This is my everything." Okay, you want to know how many serial killers had wives? Like every single one of them, okay? If anything, having a wife you got to provide for in the current American economy makes it way more likely that you're gonna harvest and traffic my organs, okay? Anyway, he kind of rushed off after we showed no interest. I assume he had some important business to attend to, specifically the NBA YoungBoy concert. That's right, me and Gatsu landed into New Jersey the same day NBA YoungBoy had a show in New Jersey, and I'm telling you guys, this Georgian fucking idiot wanted to attend it. I'm like, bro, you've been watching too many Sopranos highlights on Instagram or something. Our European asses are not making it 3 seconds in downtown Newark, let alone inside the NBA YoungBoy concert, bro.
The food in America is absolutely wild. I know most of my audience is American, so just hear me out. Just listen to me, guys. I'm begging you guys to go to Europe and eat the food there and tell me how you feel afterwards. I genuinely want to know. I thought American food was supposed to be like very bad, like unhealthy, but it tastes amazing, right? But no, it's just unhealthy and it tastes bad. Genuinely, me and Geopol's bodies had
Wrong. American food is unhealthy, but also tastes amazing. European food is healthy, but tastes tastes bland. Maybe it's because I'm so Ameribrained, I'm such an Amerifat that like my taste buds have been fried by all the different chemical compounds. You know, yellow 40, all the dyes, all this shit. But honestly, sorry, American food is decadent and incredibly flavorful. The Brits are allergic to some seasoning. You are not wrong. Yeah, like, bro, even the Italians, like, dude, go eat high-end Italian food in Italy, okay? There are certain things that are delicious, like a great steak, right? But if you go and eat like fresh pasta in Italy, and then you compare it to like pasta in America, I'm not rage baiting at all. It's definitely much more natural, if it makes sense. But it also certainly has like less flavor in general. It has less seasoning in general. This is the worst take I've ever seen on the stream. I don't think so. I think it's important to stand on business here. Okay? Your taste bud sucks. I mean, look, I have tried the cuisines of many different countries all around the fucking world. I do think that the food safety standard is tremendous in the EU in comparison to the United States of America, and I wish we had that here. But I do think that the American food is just chemically boosted to fry your fucking brain. Okay? It is directly, it's like saying, you know what it's like? It kind of feels like people being like, oh, classical compositions are far better than top 40 music. It's like top 40 music is unlistenable. It's like, no, man. Top 40 music is literally made in a lab to tickle your brain, okay? It's okay. You can say, like, it sounds good. You can bob your head to it. It's just the anti-normie take. Everybody always is afraid of coming across like their coworkers. Same principle for food as well. It's just, it is built in a lab to literally make your taste buds orgasm, okay? That's it.
So much trouble adjusting to the food. I really get why Americans have the meme of, oh, if an European tried this, they would die immediately. Because we low-key did. And we weren't like eating crumble cookies or anything. So bravo to your stomachs, man. It's as powerful as the military. I tried a lot of different restaurants and even fast food. Well, damn, you need to take your ass off. But the only food that did not make me feel bad was Vietnamese food. Vietnam, undefeated! I can't believe they smoked y'all in war and in cuisine. How did this happen? Plus, like, I had just come back from Armenia to Georgia for a day before going to New York, and food in the Caucasus is so good, man. And then going there, like, every food was a prison meal.
The rats. The fucking rats.
Oh my God. Oh God. Oh God. You are toxic. Oh, Kaya. Out. Get 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 out. Can you let her out? Oh God. Oh, fuck. Oh my God, bro. She came up and just like sat next to me and just has not stopped farting. Oh, she said, NA food, trust me. I got you. She's just doing a fucking drive-by. She crop dusting all around me. Oh my Lord. Lordy. Oh, spin the block, Kaya. No, I chemical warfare up in this bitch.
I thought I knew about rats already. I thought London, Birmingham, Manchester. I even got jumped on by a rat one time in Reading, like last year. I've seen it all when it comes to these creatures. How much worse could it get? How bad could New York be, man? Well, I simply didn't account for what can happen to rats when they eat New York trash. Because yeah, by the way, they don't have bins in New York. They simply stack bin bags on the side of the street. All I'm saying, yeah, if a video surfaced online of this happening in India, Americans would be losing their shit, saying, oh, these Indians are so uncivilized and dirty. Well, I got news.
That's actually a pretty good take. That's actually a really good take. Oh my God. God damn, he's so fucking right. They literally do this with like Japan too. They're like, oh, immigrants have made Japan dirty. And then they like show the fucking stacked bins because they don't have any trash cans. To be fair, Americans already think New York City and LA are shitholes. I mean, I would say that it is far more invasive in New York than it is in Japan. Not doing the POG, everything in Japan is good. But I don't know why. Maybe they do like way more steady trash pickups in Japan or something because like they do the same process there. But it's actually far worse for some reason in New York City.
News for you New Yorkers, okay? Scientifically speaking, yeah, if you simply leave black bin bags of trash out in the street to fucking bake and swelter away in the midday New York heat, you're essentially providing steroids for these damn rats to consume. American food is so full of alien chemicals that I had a tummy ache the entire time we were there. Now just think about what the radiated scientific anomalies produced by 3-day-old New York food that's been cooking in a bin bag in the heat does to the rats eating this shit. Oh my God, man. I saw shit I didn't even think was possible for this species of animal. The kind of mutations these rats were walking around with. The kind of confidence they were walking around with as well. I think I genuinely saw a rat with wings. I'm not even joking, like the Cloudy and a Chance of Meatball creatures. Some other food related New York lore. I chipped my fucking tooth on some bread out here. Yeah, not only did America take thousands of my hard-earned dollars, it also took irreplaceable bits of my body, like my tooth.
What I realized about New York is that this shit is expensive, bruh. I've been to many places, like people said fucking Hong Kong was expensive. I thought Vienna was expensive, but New York will ruin you. Any place you go to after New York, you will think is cheap. The thing that surprised me the most about going to the US, but especially New York first, is the tipping culture. Because you go to a bar and it's $10 for the bartender to grab the bottle of beer from the back and give it to you and open it up for you. And then on top of that, you gotta give him a tip or he will spit in your drink and give you the New Yorker $3,000 rent for a closet with an outside bathroom look. The thing is, bro, if you're charging 10 bottles for a bottle of fucking Modelo, and then on top of that, you want a tip, at this point, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna put my balls on the bar, and then you can just grab a hammer right where you grabbed the beer from, and then just fucking doosh, doosh, doosh. You might as well do that.
Also, I think my legs took lifelong damage from walking around on these goddamn concrete slabs you guys call a sidewalk.
My hot take is New York City is not that expensive outside of housing. This guy just only visited Upper East Side Manhattan. I mean, you have to remember, one is Georgian and the other one's British. So I think that they are, New York City is pretty fucking, I think New York City is pretty expensive. I mean, unless they only went to Times Square, in which case it's even more expensive, but especially for people outside of New York, especially for people outside of the country.
Let me just explain to you.
Watch this guy come to San Francisco and die on the hills.
Americans, what normal humans do when we build paths for walking on, okay? We do this pretty much everywhere in the world, right? For centuries we've been doing this. What you do is when you make a tile or a slab, yeah, you want to make the texture very bumpy and irregular. That's why you'll see pavement tiles with rocks like set in them and stuff, or little bumps and stuff on the top of the pavement. This means that when you step on that surface with a shoe, it's not bone to floor impact. Your shoe kind of squishes into the little gaps on the surface of the tiles. The rough texture absorbs like loads of the impact, and your shoe like slowly compresses instead of slapping the floor. And your feet, legs, and butt take us just these evil metal stairways. Yo, my lower half was shaking and trembling the entire New York trip. I promise it wasn't from all the spooky ass Halloween decorations these goddamn Americans.
I didn't realize Euro cucks are so weak. This is when I walked on the stones in Europe, it made my legs hurt for a week after. I do think that America is pretty bad for a lot of shit, but at least there's like ADA compliance in general. If these guys saw Houston, I think their minds would explode, because New York City is, I think, the most walkable city in America by a wide margin. So it's hilarious for them to be complaining about the walkability of New York City. Maybe my brain is broken by being a dumb Amerifat, but like, if you fucking saw Houston, Texas, you would have an aneurysm. Okay, if you saw Los Angeles, you would have an aneurysm. Like, there's just, these guys are complaining about the sidewalks, which are pretty fucking wide, by the way, by American standards. But like, now imagine a world where there's just no sidewalk and the sidewalk ends. What do you do then? There's just no sidewalk. It makes no sense. Like, think about that. No sidewalk and no way to cross the 8-lane superhighway, you know? What do you do then? No public transit. It's so stupid. It's so bad. It's so fucking bad.
Had set up in their gardens like over a month before Halloween. I don't want to be like, bar humbug.
You were spot on about him. There I was, filling up the motor. I turn around, the little git had done a runner.
God damn, bro. Over a month before Halloween, there's already like 3-meter tall skeletons.
Brother, you haven't seen all of Houston. It's not that bad. There is no way you're talking about the hellish nightmare of Houston in positive terms here. It is one of the worst examples of city planning that you could point to. It is literally a major metropolitan created specifically for exurbs and suburbs to come in and work in the downtown area, and therefore has just vast parking lots. It is the worst as far as like as far as lack of walkability and a car-reliant infrastructure, is one of the worst cities I've ever encountered. There's no shot, dude. And yes, of course, the 7-lane highways still get traffic jammed because the entry point into the fucking city is still going to end up being a 2-lane entry point. That's just how traffic works. That is how traffic works. But for some weird reason, people refuse to reckon with that. And no, I'm not saying we should destroy the buildings to make sure that there's 8-lane superhighways inside of the city, okay? Some people will hear that and go, well, I got the solution. Gut the sidewalks even further and build more lanes in the city. That's not the point.
The consumerism is just too hard for you guys to resist, isn't it? You know what else spooks me out? How they can't pour beer in this damn country. However, you're still expected to tip the bartender like over 20%. I started off the trip drinking these stale pints of piss they call draft beer. So I clocked on to how they can't pour beer in bars at all pretty quickly. Me and Gigi started ordering bottles of beer instead, at which point tipping feels like the most insane investment you've ever made. Paying an extra quarter of the original payment just for the manual labor of opening a bottle. How about bars just pay their staff a livable wage so I don't have to foot the bill?
Yeah, the European mind cannot comprehend subsidizing the living, bare minimum living wages of the service sector employee. Okay? They don't even understand. And they're not even actually technically giving living wages to the service sector employee. They're just basically subsidizing the landlord's living quality and living standards, because you're tipping the service sector employee, and then the service sector employee is taking that tip so that they can have like living wages, except 50% of that is going directly to subsidizing your landlord. It's awesome. America's awesome. It's so cooked. It's so goddamn cooked.
Also, I don't want to pay for some bartender to be nice to me, man. That's like some Blade Runner dystopian shit. Me and Gatsu were actually talking to this one dude outside a bar in Brooklyn, and he told us the reason he specifically goes to that bar is because the female bartender is beautiful and lovely and nice. He also said his go-to move when he's there is to slap $20 bills on the bar as tips whilst he drinks. What even is this, bro? A strip club? What on earth are we doing here, man? I'm actually just gonna go and drink beer in my hotel now because I don't want anyone to think I'm a creep if this is like what the common practice is out here.
Also, New Yorkers are rude as shit. You hold the door for people and they don't say thank you. What the fuck is this? Man, I'll just go fuck myself down. And New York Metro is the worst metro in the world. When you ride the New York train for a long enough time, you understand why New Yorkers are so angry all the time. It is the slowest fucking metro I have ever stepped my broke Eastern European communist ass in. And there are delays every day on these trains where not only are they slow.
I hate that while this is correct, I can't help but state once again that this is like, at least there is one, you know? You don't know what you got till it's gone, okay? New Yorkers, you need to understand something. Think of me like a person from the future warning you, okay? Don't it always seem to go, you don't know what you got till it's gone. They paved paradise and put up a parking lot. Americans, our best metro, everyone else, worst metro I've been to. Yeah, it's so cooked. God, it's so cooked. American century of humiliation. American century of humiliation. Over and over again, I will say, American century of humiliation. He just doesn't realize the best America has. It's so fucked.
But they stop for like 10 minutes at a time, giving you enough time to think what the fuck you are doing in this city. Just today, when me and Leo were riding, imagine showing a New Yorker a Chinese metro. They would lose their minds. Imagine showing them this shit, bro. This is why propaganda works so well on American It's like metro in New York and metro in Moscow, because it's genuinely so bad. I just gotta say, man, China winning. I feel like if this happened in China, the Chinese police would have put that tweaker in Squid Game, and Chinese trains would never have this fucking happen in the first place. What do you mean you're skipping stops, bro? This has never happened to me in any country ever, bro. Imagine coming home late from work and then the conductor comes on talking about we're dropping you 5 stops from your home. I know Asian trains are like an outlier for being good, but bro, even fucking my broadcast Eastern European country's metro is like 5 billion times better than the New York metro. Yes, including the stop that is in my hood that looks like a fucking coal mine. No wonder public transport gets such a bad rep in America, because honestly, it's pretty bad. Every line gets delayed, they start skipping stops and shit. If you show the New Yorker a metro in Chongqing, the city of New York would write in Xi Jinping during the next election. Also, New York has the worst hoods and the sketchiest.
This is crazy because, like, dude, this is why you got to keep Americans' brains occupied, honestly. Like, this is why there's so much resistance whenever I, like, talk about China. They'll be like, oh, well, what about this or what about that? It's like they have to constantly think about how bad everywhere else is in their minds. Otherwise, they will have to unironically realize that, like, our government is fucking us, okay? It's this, and I've known this for years. One, because I've traveled a decent amount, come from a different country originally. But, like, I've known this with healthcare. Even before all this stuff became bigger points of contention in American discourse, like, I used to always bring up healthcare. Be like, okay, why do you guys think that, like, Europe doesn't exist for some reason? Like, why do you think Canada doesn't exist? And they would have to, like, invent ways in which the European and the Canadian healthcare is, like, far worse than American somehow. It's like, brother, you don't even pay. Like, you literally don't have insurance because you can't pay for healthcare. And you're over here talking about fucking how there's wait times in Canada. Bitch, there's wait times in America too. Okay? Not only is there wait times in America, but you don't even have healthcare. Why are you even talking? The reason why there's less wait times overall by your standards is because motherfuckers like you don't even have healthcare and can't go to the doctor. You ask Americans, like, would you rather just not have healthcare and have lower wait times, or everybody has healthcare and then maybe your wait times are a little bit longer, which, by the way, could be fixed if you actually had a competent government that was invested in expanding the healthcare infrastructure, for the record, because the wait times are all matter of complaints about healthcare and socialized systems is a direct consequence of underfunding. It's crazy.
Places I have ever seen in my life, and I've seen a lot of shit. I'm literally from the hood in Eastern Europe, and Geopol is from Birmingham in the UK, but these American hoods are something else, man. Do you not want to go to these places if your grandma lived there and she baked you cookies and she invites you? Grandma, I'm not fucking coming to Queens. I also thought Coney...
That's also wrong. That's actually wrong as fuck, and obviously I have evidence to prove it. That's a person that did not go to these places, okay? There is 0% chance. There is 0% chance that these dudes actually went to fucking Queens and shit, because all of the boroughs are fucking awesome, okay? I would go so far as to say, yeah, especially Queens. Are you kidding me? But the places where there is more poverty in New York, I think, are some of the better parts of New York in general. Okay, the places where a lot of, like, black and brown people live, they have a better sense of community. There's just, like, there's actually people, you know, helping one another out. 0% chance. This is unironically the outsider's take. This is the outsider's take that didn't actually go. And I kind of understand it, because even I had a remnant of that before I went and I visited. It's ridiculous. Straight up. The places that are poor, like the neighborhoods that are poor, have some of the better community events and some of the better, like, attitudes in this country. Overall, they're sick. They're dope.
Island was decently hood, but at least they had the sea, and Coney Island is just the Soviet Union. There's so many Georgians, Russians, and Ukrainians living there. For example, I went to this one Georgian restaurant there, and outside there were like 50 Georgians. Right next to it was a laundromat with a Georgian and Ukrainian flag hanging. And right the opposite street was something like Vladimir's barbershop. And on the street, you just heard Georgian and Russian. But just before I left the city, New York had to take one more thing from me and hit me with a $112 ride to the airport. And a lot of people had the question of how did your Eastern European communist ass even get into America? Well, there was a big annoying visa process and they approved me and gave me a 10-year tourist visa. And because my passport was Georgian, I got checked literally every single point of process going to fucking America. I had a layover in Vienna, and on the way to America, they were asking me in Austria, oh, where are you going to stay? Show me your return ticket. Do you have any friends or relatives in America?
Oh,
are
yeah.
you planning to work in America? Bitch, you're fucking Austrian. Why the fuck do you care, you fucking Hitler?
No, they make them do that. No, it's literally, that is unironically something that the American government forces upon even the fucking connecting flights, straight up, is literally true. They even have like extra TSA or like extra private security when you're going on an American flight. It's like cordoned off. Isn't that normal? I mean, no, it's abnormal. Well, for Americans, all of that is abnormal. They make it seem like everybody's trying to come into the country and just stay in the country permanently.
Are you still mad a Georgian beat your fucking idol? We're in Vienna, bruh. I have a 10-year visa. I have a better access for fucking America than any European does. And then in the US border, the guy asked me what I did for work. And I said I had a YouTube channel. And then he asked me for the name. And I said Gatsu. And then he started looking my channel up on YouTube. At this point, I was like, bro, he's going to see my Trump videos and they're going to send me off to fucking El Salvador. And then he said, you have a picture of that guy on your channel, Benjamin. I'm like, oh my God, he's fucking talking about BB. I'm fucked. I'm actually getting my ass sent straight to El Salvador. And he was like, oh, like the actor Benjamin on your profile picture. Oh, Cumberbatch? Oh yeah, it's Benedict Cumberbatch. Welcome to the United States. And then
Bro, that's not even a joke. A couple scrolls away, if he had seen the fucking BB videos and shit, he might not have actually been able to get into the country, I feel like.
Was let in. And then I went through security, where upon seeing the Georgian flag on my backpack, the US border agent immediately went. The US Borders and Customs agent was nice enough to offer me a private check instead of going through the usual security means. Honestly though, he was a pretty chill dude and he was kind, nothing really bad. And during the search, he was even like, oh, let me impress this Georgian. And he told me something in Russian and
yeah, why do you have that on your bag, bro? If you're trying to come to America, the only flag that you can have on your bag is the American one. You know what I mean? I probably thought it was a Crusader flag. No, they would have been like, step right ahead, sir. Go ahead. A like-minded individual. You will assimilate well.
I'm like, I don't speak Russian. And he was like, oh, okay. And then let me go.
No, if you put the Israeli flag, then the luggage tosses are going to fuck with your shit. At least if you have the American flag, it's like, you're fine. Because the Israeli flag is good for the cops. But it's not good for like the average, you know, it's not going to be it's not going to be good for the average people that are touching the bag. They were like, ugh, gross.
After checking everything in my bag. But honestly, my British friend Geopol did not have a much different experience from me. But just being treated like you're doing something bad at the border when you're literally just a tourist, want to spend a lot of money.
Yeah, they see an Israeli flag on their bag. They're like, oh, would you like my service weapon, sir? Here, you can have it. Please, go kill an American citizen with this. You get one free kill.
Actually, because it's fucking New York, it just feels bad and makes me not really want to go there again.
Yeah, under the new Trump directive, we must offer you our service weapon so you can get one free kill on U.S. soil. One crime, one major felony you can commit. Scot-free.
Even though my passport being weak played a role in this sort of treatment, it didn't really play a big role, to be honest. Like, it was not that important since my British friend got basically the same treatment. So I think it's just America at this point. And even the Norwegian dude getting deported for having a JD Vance meme on his phone.
Newark Airport was all I needed to see, bro. By the way, if there's a tiny chance someone noticed my most recent videos all get switched to private for about an hour on the 29th of September, it's because I was going through Newark Airport Border Force, okay? They grilled me like a New York glizzy. I told the Border Force agent I was coming to the great city of New York to see the rappers Blade, Black Cray, and Net Spend perform, and this border agent genuinely spent a few minutes going through Blade's most popular music videos, and I think I converted him. He was genuinely telling me, yo, I gotta check this out, man, this sounds good.
The only question I have is how the fuck are they supposed to host the World Cup next year with this treatment of people at the border? Genuinely, it is the worst fucking treatment I've ever had at a border. Getting everything except my booty checked. For example, when I go to Europe, they don't even check fucking anything, especially in Greece. I don't even have to bring my passport. I can just put my Orthodox cross down at the border and they'll let me in with open arms and gyros. But my advice to you guys is just to not get defensive really and be kind to the agents as well. Because one, they can just fuck your shit up. And two, you being defensive will not help anything at all. And also in the airport, they had, I'm pretty sure this Kristi Noem had her ad about self-deporting people, and there were also ads about go and deport yourself in the airport. And like, this administration will swear they're not fascist, but what is this place? Home.
True. There is a unimaginably threatening aura, a presence of a Kristi Noem constantly lording over you on every fucking TV, talking about how immigrants ain't shit. It is true. I never really thought about it as from the outsider's perspective. Like it does make sense. Especially if you're like a outsider, you look at that and you're like, what the fuck is this?
I'll see you in Valhalla. Anyway, yeah, apart from all that, I did seriously enjoy New York. It was mind-blowing for me to see all the places I recognize so crystal clear from watching films, consuming media, etc. I saw the hospital transport bus from Good Time. I saw the subway train from the 8-Ball Jacket slap video. I saw Coney Island from the Side Talk videos. I saw the bodegas from the Okiway videos. I saw Washington Square Park from Impractical Jokers. I ate at White Castle from Harold and Kumar. What more?
Bro, that's crazy. And then you have the audacity to complain about your tummy? Brother, it's like I went and licked the ground at Chernobyl and then complained about radiation poisoning. What are you doing? Oh, no shit, dude. Yeah, no wonder. This is the big reveal at the fucking final hour of the video. You buried the goddamn lead. You are Muslim. You need to follow God, right? What the fuck is this guy saying, dude? Shut up, bitch. Yeah, I licked the bean in Chicago, but I didn't complain about whatever kind of viral new type of disease that I got from it. Do you understand? Yeah, they went to Times Square. And then they went to White Castle and they're complaining about how fucking crazy every American is and how shit the food is. It's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, don't go to White Castle. Easy answer.
What could I ask for?
Like and subscribe if you enjoyed, and goodbye. Now that my ass is back in Georgia, expect more videos.
This is so European. They're used to healthy and non-destructive burgers and fast food. I mean, dude, but then it's like, if you go to White Castle, it is the absolute worst place you could go to. White Castle is the absolute worst place you could go to eat American food. I mean, I guess it's the most honest. It's the most like maximum Americanized food that you can consume. It's burger, but it's the most Amerifat burger. Do they know we cook food too? I don't know. After White Castle, I don't know. Oh, yeah. All right. We're going to do the exposing the gambling epidemic from the rise of gambling that's taking place. One of the issues that I obviously yell about quite a bit. Let's take a look.
Has changed. It used to be you'd lose your money on slots in Vegas, but today, not only can you do that, you can also bet on your favorite sports team, on the opening coin toss, on this individual pitch, or on all three in a parlay. You can do it from your phone, your tablet, your Apple Watch. You don't just have to gamble on sports, you can gamble on esports, on video game items, on slots with those items. You can do it in Roblox or on regular stocks, on meme stocks, gamble with calls, gamble on earning calls, gamble on calls with earning calls. You can gamble on political events, world events. You can bet if Zelensky's gonna wear a suit before July, if Jerome Powell's gonna say inflation 50 or 60 times in September. And you don't just have to gamble on that. You can gamble on crypto coins, Trump coin, Dogecoin, Fartcoin. You can gamble on the champion of Fartcoin coin, and you can gamble on any of the posts the champion of Fartcoin has ever made on whether they will become popular or not. And if none of that's your cup of tea, you can also just gamble directly within your banking app on a game of roulette, like a gentleman. And don't even get me started on the ads. If you turn on sports, esports, podcasts, Not even my favorite political show is safe.
Shout out to Prize Picks, the best app to fire on sports in the game.
You will be bombarded with gambling ads by every famous person you've ever heard of.
DraftKings. DraftKings.
DraftKings. DraftKings Sportsbook.
DraftKings Sportsbook.
Uh-oh. How did we get here? And is it a good thing that we're turning every spare moment of our lives into a game of chance? I'm betting no. There are 3 things responsible for gambling becoming more mainstream, but the first and biggest trend is simply the mainstream becoming more like gambling. See, Silicon Valley learned a decade ago that gambling mechanics are incredibly good for user retention, so they put them everywhere. Let's say you're shopping online. Well, now you can spin a wheel to unlock prizes. Or if you're playing video games, you can open a loot box, get some randomized items. You can even use those items as virtual currency in a casino we've made a 3-part series about. Or maybe you don't have a problem with loot boxes for adults, but we've also put them in kids' video games because, gotta start them young. Roblox is the largest game for minors, and they are stuffed with randomized loot boxes. But even if that's fine for you, what about the third-party websites which, against TOS, allow full gambling based on a kid's game? And yes, there are actual kids gambling on these apps.
Right, I just won a bit of profit there. I had 200 Robux. No, I had 200 Robux in profit, 100 Robux in profit, but I lost them. But I had 50 Robux and I lost it, and I thought I got 50 Robux again. So on this, mine's on Robux World, what I'm gonna do is buy 40 crates now. Not 40 crates, but like 44 crates. That looks good. Let's go. Let's go. We're in profit. Let's go.
It is absolutely disgusting to see that. And look, I spoke to an insider who worked on this website, Roblox Wild, before it got shut down. He shared data which claimed they made $5,000 a day, or roughly $2 million a year. Thankfully, this website got shut down, but third-party gambling sites still persist because copying casinos makes a ton of money. And that's why we've been putting it into everything, including our politics. Prediction markets are the answer to the question of what if we could YOLO on election results and world events. The biggest websites are Polymarket and Kalshi, which have exploded in popularity during the American election cycle.
And they are straightforwardly getting promoted. And I can't tell if this is like a direct deal that they have with CNN and whatnot that is like an undisclosed ad or whatever the fuck's going on, but they're getting promoted and normalized by CNN. Harry Emden is literally going to Polymarket and Kalshi. I think Kalshi more so than Polymarket. Whenever they talk about like analysis, it is a horrifying reality we live in, where virtually every facet of our existence is dominated by gambling. Everything. It's so pervasive. It's so fucked up. And it's yet another glaringly obvious example that our administrators, our government, our regulators do not care about our well-being at all. Gambling has such a corrosive influence, and yet for some reason there is no restraint on this side, none whatsoever, and it's basically left up to the individual. And I say this as someone who is also operating a media company, I guess, if you want to call it that. And like, there have been so many opportunities for me to just make a fuck ton of money that I have just personally refused to do so. But why the fuck would anybody else? Why the fuck would anybody else turn down millions of dollars in ad funding from one of these companies? Just no way.
But it isn't just major.
And the more pervasive this stuff becomes, the more normalized it becomes, and the less there is an incentive to even say no to it, because at a certain point, even your audience is not going to look at you weird if you do it. You know what I mean? Like, that's it. That's it. Dude, this is awesome. Look. I just talked about how I turned down $1 million in a sponsorship for Polymarket, right? On election day, and this guy goes, "You did take that one gotcha game sponsorship." Like, this is what I mean. This is also what I mean. 57-month subscriber. You're right, dude. I'm actually a hypocrite. I'm actually pumping fucking advertising for gambling. Why the fuck do I need LSF when I got literally my own fucking 57-month subscribers in here doing this exact same shit. Yes, I do take video game sponsorships. I notice ads baked into Fear and it's a little weird, but I totally get it. Get the bag. Honest question, isn't stocks just gambling too? Yes, but I'm not even going to get into that. Doing marketing doesn't mean you promote gambling. No, if I did marketing or promotion for a direct gambling company, yes, it would mean that I'm promoting gambling. This is true. I do not. And even when I took on the Chinese game sponsorship, I didn't even know that there was a gotcha component associated with it at all. Don't read chat about this, man. K Bono, literally. Yeah, I know. This is
events that attract bettors. I was recently asked to investigate whether this was a suit that Zelensky was wearing. Why? Well, the prediction market had bet $200 million in betting volume on this bet. And some of them were really mad that...
Yeah, speaking of prediction markets, yesterday, a poly market bet ended. Will Hasanabi Piker get arrested by October 31st? There was a literal bet on whether or not I would get arrested. And there was apparently like $32,000 that people had actually dumped into it. It's the dumbest fucking bet of all time. Wait, are you playing? This was serious? Yes, that was a real fucking bet. I mean, the odds were obviously not in favor of it, but please behave. I got 200K riding on you until 2027. Yeah, look, Hasanabi arrested by October 31st. $341,000 in volume. This market will resolve, yes, if Hasanabi is arrested between October 8th and October 31st, 2025, 11:59 p.m. Eastern. There was a yes at 3% chance that these guys unironically put money into. What the fuck are we doing? What is this? Imagine the dopamine hit from being right and making the money. One can hope. Should have dumped like 100K on yes, like an hour before 11:59 p.m. EST and made like $5 million by getting arrested over some pity shit. Yeah. I'm so mad I was trying to win something, but you didn't get arrested, shaking my damn head. I just like, I don't know. I think it's like, this is a sign of devastation. I think this is bad. I think this is bad. Okay. Controversial opinion. I think this level of gambling is bad.
They decided, no, this is not a suit, I guess. Whether you think it is or not, the volume of betting here is insane. And one reason for that is because these companies are exploiting loopholes that allow betting even in states where normal gambling is illegal. Because these companies say they're not a casino, so they don't fall under the same rules, which is why instead of having to be 21, you can now gamble at 18 on prediction markets. And while there have been legal challenges to this, both of the major companies, Kalshi and Polymarket, have recently brought on the president's son as an advisor, making it hard to see how they're gonna be meaningfully regulated. Meanwhile, all the major betting apps are busy launching their own prediction market copycats to get around the same weak rules that we still have regarding betting. And don't even get me started on the other loopholes that are out there. Have you ever heard of the TikTok of sports wagering?
This is Cheddar. We're building the TikTok of sports wagering. Legal in 20 more states than DraftKings. Accessible for 18 to 21-year-olds. Live, in-game, micro betting. Swipe to predict every moment of every play.
I'm going to stop you right there. If you missed it, Cheddar is a new startup trying to combine DraftKings, TikTok, and Tinder features into one app. And one of the things they brag about is they're allowing 18 to 21-year-olds as a competitive edge. Guys, can you believe the untapped market of teenagers for gambling? Now, to be fair, Cheddar has not launched yet, but this is obviously the future we're heading towards, turning everything into a maximally...
Dude. Everything is dog shit. Cost of living is exploding. People can't even dream of a better future. And then these different platforms are basically saying, oh, by sheer virtue of luck, you can potentially get some disposable income. That's what they're selling you, right? And it's also a deeply addictive version of entertainment. And they're increasingly gamifying and I guess turning into gambling every single facet of existence. And not a single person thinks this is bad. Like, I am not guided by religious morality in any way, shape, or form. Okay? I have my own vices. I also enjoy gambling on my own time. Every now and then I do it. But I think there needs to be severe restrictions and severe regulations around this sort of stuff. And I also can't understand how people don't look at this and go, this is cyberpunk. Like, this is the future dystopia that we envisioned. It might even be worse because we don't even have the cool technological advancements. All of the advancements are about extracting what remains in your fucking wallet at the end of the month, or saddling you with even more debt, selling you a dream that you could potentially prosper, knowing full well that you never will, and you will just have a lifelong crippling addiction. So devastating. I can't imagine the harm this causes on developing brains as to just be around most drugs. Plus it ruins your credit. Yeah. It's just so sad, dude. I don't know what to say. And I feel like I feel so lonely criticizing this stuff too. I'm glad that CoffeeZilla made this video, but like by and large, because a lot of the guys that are in the sphere of entertainment that we're in only simply care about like making money. You can't really even have a conversation about this sort of stuff and be like, yo, don't you think this is bad? It's kind of like with Saudi Arabia, right? Like, I told people not to take the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia money, and they were dropping fat bags a couple years prior. And I explained to them why it's bad. And nowadays, that conversation is not taking place any longer because they've already bought so many institutions. They've already purchased so many normalizing factors at this point that they can engage in sports washing and no one even looks at it the same. Like the last marginal remainder of institutional scrutiny or social pushback against doing that sort of thing is just gone, you know? It's just gone. How is Saudi any different than China? Brother, I'm not even talking about people flying to Saudi Arabia. First of all, that's a ridiculous comparison to make. And secondly, how Saudi Arabia any different than America is a better comparison than China in this circumstance. And secondly, there's a difference between getting money directly from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to promote the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and like whitewash a lot of the fuck shit that they do, as opposed to literally just going to Saudi Arabia on your own volition if you want to do so. Okay? But it's that kind of thought terminating, hypocrisy fishing, stupid ass counterpoint that also allows people to feel comfortable about this as well. That's what it is. It's another one of those like, I don't know. It's just that everything sucks. I don't know how else to broach the subject here. But yeah, it took around like half of a decade for Saudi Arabia to overcome the scrutiny that they were receiving. I do sometimes feel like, I mean, this is not materialist thinking, I guess, or I guess it kind of is, but capitalism does have a tendency to erode whatever moral compass we must even have, because when everything is directed towards getting the bag, when everyone is primarily focused on getting the bag, it's like no amount of fuck shit that you do, no amount of harm you cause is unjustifiable, because it's like, it's because ultimately you're doing the same thing. Everyone is actually doing something in the morally gray area. And there is some truth to that, for the record. There is some truth to that, because obviously there's no ethical consumption under capitalism, right? However, you should still try to do your very best, right? You should still try to do your very best. That's what I advocate for, at the very least. Like, if you see someone trying their very best in spite of the odds, like, you should support that person. And yet, I feel like we do see people trying their very best under these current circumstances, and we think that those guys are fucking weird. Those guys are somehow cynically doing this to promote themselves, that they're lording over their sense of morality over us, the unwashed masses who have to make ends meet. And there is this like very weird, immediate negative reaction towards people who just go, we must improve society somewhat. I see that so much, even within the working class. It's kind of sad that vice signaling has taken root in our collective consciousness where we just think like, oh, if someone is signaling a vice, that means they're honest. They're a real one. They're free, just like me. It's very deep cynicism, you know? Yeah, it's the Matt Christman Zen fascism rant where he talks about much of the modern right taking joy in the cruelty that powers first world hedonism, and I feel like it perfectly describes the moment that we live in, for sure. The future is going to consist of Palantir-backed companies that combines your Prize Picks boards to a TikTok-style UI that feeds you AI-generated porn, just truly full dopamine blitzing alienated workers who feel no escape from the crisis of rabid capital eating away at the social fabric. Yeah, like this was somewhat discussed in my conversation with Sagar, who obviously hyper-focuses on stuff, who obviously hyper-focuses on the vices, and I'm not the type of person who thinks like we need to, you know, abolish these vices or whatever. But it is pretty crazy to me that like everything has turned into a casino, everything. Because a casino is the maximalist version of what takes place in the stock market under capitalism, right? It's just the dopamine blitz is very real. You're a worker. You go to your shit job that you never thought you would actually work at. You had dreams of something higher, something more impactful that you were going to do. But obviously, you had to put that dream aside. Why did you have to put that dream aside? Well, because you went to college. And in the process, you took on $200,000 worth of student loan debt. And now you have to pay those debts because college is over. So you take on this bullshit job that you don't actually like, or you have no autonomy, right? And you are losing your sense of purpose in the world. Part of the reason why you're taking on this job, aside from paying that student loan debt, is so that you can have a roof over your head. 50% of your salary is directly going to your landlord, okay? And you have no control over that process either. You have no assurances that your rent might not just skyrocket at any given moment once your contract is up. So you just go to work, okay? And then maybe you have a little bit of time for yourself on the weekend. And in the little bit of time that you have on the weekend for yourself, you want to max out on the fun. And there is an endless, vast network of porn and gambling, and maybe some drugs as well on the side. You don't have to fly out to Las Vegas to consume this stuff. You don't have to fly out to Las Vegas to enjoy these things. You can now do it from your phone. It's in your pocket at all times. The very same device that allows your boss to basically control you after your workplace, to demand things from you, to improve your productivity, even outside of work hours, is also the very same device that you rely on to max out on your dopamine receptors and fry them. Everything's computer, everything's casino. Boring, been there, done that. Boring, stay at home and read the Bible. I mean, that's another fucking opiate, but we're not going to get into that. It's just slowly but surely, you lose autonomy. You lose control over your life when you think you have control over your life. The reason why you do the gambling stuff is because you think maybe one day I'll hit it big. Maybe I'll hit it big in the short term so I can have a little bit more disposable income. Because that's usually the entry point, right? You don't start the gambling because you're like, oh, I heard that it actually is very fun when you are constantly trying to figure out whether you're going to win or not, even though that is how it works physiologically or psychologically, sorry. It's the anticipation that is giving you the rush of adrenaline. That's how they hook you, rather. But the initial purpose of it is because you think, oh my God, maybe I can make a little bit extra money so I can buy beers for me and the boys, you know? And that's what it is. Have you never gambled? If so, did you enjoy it or hate it? No, I gamble from time to time. I have a very strict process for how I do it, but I do it at a casino. I do it in Las Vegas, okay? And before you say, oh, well, you're rich, so you can do it in Las Vegas, I have to do it at home on my phone. First of all, I can also still do it at home on my phone, regardless of my current financial status. And I was doing it when I was broke, too. I do not engage in sports betting, no. And the reasons for why I don't engage in sports betting is because I'm not interested in it. I'd be shaming my friends that gamble and call them parlay goblins. That's actually a good take. It's a commodification of hope when employment and income is disappearing. Yeah, The strict process? What's my strict process? Ask Yahya Sinmore. My strict process is I have a amount of money that I am willing to spend that I set ahead of time. And obviously in my current situation as someone who's like an influencer and whatnot, like I get comps in general. So I adjust the comps to however much I'm willing to spend. But even before then, even before I got comps and shit like that in Vegas, I would always have like whatever amount that I had that I would spend. And if it goes out, if I'm done, I'm done. If I win, then great. If I don't win, then I don't feel too bad because I was like, this is money that I'm basically lighting on fire anyway ahead of time. That's my method. I think a lot of people need to understand that no matter what, okay, no matter what you plan to do, you need to allocate it ahead of time when you have a sober mind, okay? When you're not in the gambling environment and the gambling mindset. You'll never hit it big like that. I know, because that's the whole point. Because I see it as a form of entertainment, that I'm willing to burn capital on. And the amount of entertainment I derive, whether I win or lose, is dictated ahead of time, okay? The reality of the matter is you never gamble to fucking win. You're always going to lose. Always. Unless you own the casino. And even then, you can still lose if you're Donald Trump, who bankrupted a fucking casino, which is crazy.
Addictive gambling product.
It's sports wagering with the pace of a slot machine.
Yeah. Isn't that the most dystopian thing you've ever heard? We're trying to turn sports betting into...
What does this sound think of CoffeeZilla? He is my GOAT. Undisputed champion.
Slot machines. I mean, the funny thing is this whole product is built around yet another loophole called a sweepstakes casino. And that's
how do you wrestle being pro-sex worker in a system that uses sex workers in the most vicious ways to hook the working class into remaining servile? It's the exact same principle that I have for gambling. I'm not in favor of the abolition of gambling. I'm in favor of heavily regulating gambling. I am never going to be an advocate for the abolition of any vices whatsoever, the prohibition of any sort of vices whatsoever. Okay, it doesn't work. It's dumb as fuck, and I'm not saying that I'm like anti any sort of dopamine receptors getting tickled a little bit. Okay, it's fine. These are some of the joys in life. I'm a normal fucking human being. I'm saying that if left unchecked, this is what you get. This has always been my attitude. Yeah, regulation, or at least in the interim, decriminalization is something that actually helps sex workers. The issue is that there is, due to a lot of strict criminalization around this stuff, there is a tremendous amount of not just regular exploitation that you see in the normal workforce under capitalism, but horrifying crimes that take place, okay, where consent is destroyed in the process. Sex trafficking or violating people's consent beyond the point that they are comfortable with. It's just horrifying. That's what happens in sex work, and which is part of the reason why the conversation always falls apart, because people go, well, that's like you're in favor of sex trafficking. No, I'm not. It's precisely the opposite, actually.
They get around the 21-year-old age requirement. Here's how it basically works. Sweepstakes casinos claim that you don't actually need to purchase anything to play, so it's kind of not gambling. In fact, you can get free coins to access their games, but they also have a second currency which you can...
Abolition is a generation's long goal. No, I'm not in favor of vice abolition anyway. Like, vices can spice up your life. I don't have a fucking... Like, I don't want alcohol to go away either. Like, it's crazy. While there are obviously many negative consequences, like, it would be incredibly boring if we literally created a society where there were no vices whatsoever. It would be fucking insanely boring. It doesn't work anyway. Historically, people have tried prohibition. It literally doesn't work, okay? All it does is make this, all it does is create this, like, robust black market that is filled to the brim with criminals, Bro hates fun. He's a leftist. No, I'm a pro-fun leftist. That's probably my number one difference from the way leftists present themselves online, I would say. The point is so those vices are not like the addictive vices are not life destroying, okay? Or significantly life altering. The point is to improve material conditions so much so that like it doesn't matter, where you can just do it for fun. Everyone should replace entertainment with Marxist theory. Really mad. I don't understand. It's kind of funny for me to say this because like by all metrics, I do live a fairly monk style life in terms of like the vices that I even allow, albeit marginal, are very limited. Okay. I mean, I just explained to you guys what I did last night. Instead of going out and engaging in debauchery, what did I do? I went to bed early because I wanted to wake up early to work out. Okay. I unironically lived the lifestyle that these fucking fake manosphere dipshits promote. That's what's so funny about it. Like I do live it because it gives me joy. I find joy in it, for the record. That's the reason why I do it. But that's not for everybody. That's not for everybody. It's not, you know? I'm a years-long YouTube watcher, newer chatter. I just saw your stuff about Omar Fateh and just wanted to let you know you helped radicalize me, and I've knocked on 2,000 doors for Fateh in the last months. It's exciting here, and he has a chance. Minnesotans, please come help us door knock. Thanks for covering the race. Hell yeah. Thank you for your work.
Buy. Well, not buy. You get it for free when you buy the worthless coins. For example, their website says if you buy 100 cheddar coins, you get 5 bonus cheddar cash. And that's usually what you can gamble with and redeem for real money. This is actually how Stake US works. If you didn't know, Stake International is one of the world's largest casinos, but they aren't allowed here in the United States. So they have an American arm, which is a sweepstakes casino, which has gold coins and stake cash. One Redditor explains how the loophole really works. Quote, 1 stake cash is 1 USD. They only use gold coins because they need to say that you aren't gambling with real money to stay open in the US. Except, of course, you are actually gambling with real money. They just have a virtual currency workaround, which basically everyone has figured out. Some casinos are just kind of more honest about it than others. Cheddar's basically saying the quiet part out loud. They're going after 18 to 21-year-olds with TikTok, Tinder, sports betting at the pace of slots. And by the way, people are betting on their success. They're actually in a cohort of startups invested in by a Silicon Valley investment firm called A16Z. But if you think that's a bad idea, now let's talk about banks and gambling. I recently made a video on Yada, which was a fintech, which is a complicated story. We've done a ton of work on here and here. But basically, the original pitch was a no-lose lottery, which gamified savings. Lots of YouTubers work with them, and they...
Dude, you just said you have a mountain of zinc cans behind you. The mountain of zinc cans behind me is unironically the perfect demonstration of how I regulate my vices. Okay? I have a mountain of zinc cans because, and this is not like a promotion of it or whatever, but like Zyn is a nicotine product. And before Zyn, I used to chew nicotine gum, and I still do, right? The reason why I did that is because I wanted to get off smoking cigarettes, and I was able to do so successfully. Do you understand? Like that is the perfect example of this. Tobacco is far worse than just straight nicotine. Even vapes that give you straight nicotine are far worse than the chewable version of the product or the lip pouches. So it is a perfect demonstration of how I do actually regulate my vices. I try to limit it to the least consequential, to the least damaging version of it. I never said that I actually don't have any vices whatsoever. I have plenty of addictions. I have a very addictive personality. Nicotine is a tame vice. I doubt very many rich people limit vices to nicotine. Wait, what? Your addiction is pumping iron. I mean, that's also true. I have a very addictive personality, and a long time ago I realized that like I should focus my addictions on things that actually advance and improve my life. Okay? Like I purposely lean into my addictive personality when it comes to, working out, working in general, live streaming in general. When you think about that, these are things that improve my living standards. Addicted to burping into the mic, sure. Working out, eating healthy, streaming. these are things that I focus on rather than the easier vices that, alcohol or eating poorly, gooning, things of that nature. What was the brand you smoked? Marlboro Reds, Cowboy Killers. Even in certain instances, gaming. Like gaming has fucked my life up too. Remember Grand Theft Auto Roleplay? Yeah, abusing Kaya. That's another one. Another addiction that I have is abusing my dog.
Acted like a bank, at least at first, until they switched their new business model to be about allowing you to gamble inside the app and lose money, essentially becoming a casino within what is essentially a bank account. Now, I should actually note that Yada recently shut down the banking side and have fully focused on the sweepstakes casino part. I guess it's a more profitable business, but it's a sign of the times that everyone is moving their app more towards gambling, and finance is going the same way. On August 19, 2025, the investing app Robinhood announced they are bringing sports betting prediction markets to their app. In the announcement, the vice president of Robinhood claimed sports betting was a, quote, no-brainer, as we aim to make Robinhood a one-stop shop for all your investing and trading needs.
Yeah. What is a better investment than sports betting? Oh my God.
AKA, we noticed people were leaving to other apps. We don't like that. We'd like you to never leave our app. Now, ironically, the very next day, FanDuel, a sports betting app, announced they were bringing stock market betting to their customers.
But I will ask you about what some call the...
Alrighty, this seems like you're full of shit. I quit nicotine because I found I was using it to treat my ADHD off-label. Then I got on serious meds and I worked through it. A vice is a vice. Adding a moral weight based on potential harm seems like justifying it. Just own that you like how nicotine feels. Wait, what? That is the reason why I'm continuing to use Zins or chewable nicotine. What? Nicotine gum. And you switch to pouches because you're health conscious rather than I'm 5D Galaxy Brain Boy who's engaging in harm reduction framework. Wait, what? You just unironically described something that I also describe, but in a contentious way. In like a super rude way. I just described exactly this same process. I don't know if you recall, but I just said I have no issue with vices. Like I don't have an issue with vices. I don't know why you got so mad at this. And while there is still harm, there is still a trade-off to consuming nicotine products. The trade-off is far less consequential and far less bad than just straight up blasting cigs. I wasn't trying to say that I'm morally superior in any way, shape, or form. Very odd. They unfollowed? What? No, that's crazy. They got that mad? I can't win them all, I guess.
Gamification of markets. Why this move? Why FanDuel? Why now?
For us to have a partner like FanDuel and be able to have 14 million accounts on day one, I'm not becoming a casino, contrary to popular opinion. I didn't buy a casino. These are markets that will be offered to the general public and we think is massively exciting.
I've been in the meme coins and crypto space. It's always the influencers that make the money and the retailers and that get the short end of the stick. I'd stick to options due to liquidity. At least you don't get gape. Yeah, he's still here. He didn't unfollow. Okay.
What it could do.
And you couldn't have a more perfect image of how finance is embracing the casinos and vice versa. Actually, correction, you can have a more perfect image because after I wrote this, the New York Stock Exchange's owner invested $2 billion into Polymarket. So actually, this is the perfect image of where we are. And a result is a lot of young people now see the stock market as kind of more like a betting market. The most popular group on Reddit is personal.
Okay. I'm going to be honest. The stock market is kind of like the betting market. It always has been. It's not, it is. Especially sports betting, where there is fundamentals that you can apply, even though ultimately probability is still going to dictate the outcome. There are still fundamentals that you can lean into.
Finance with about 21 million followers. In second place, Wall Street Bets, where gambling on the stock market is embraced and celebrated.
There's also aspects of the stock market that are damn near identical as well to sports betting. But yes, I know people, when I say stock market, some people think long-term investments that you're making into reliable stocks or I don't know, numerous other like low risk options. And that's not what I'm talking about when I say this. Okay. I don't fully agree with casinos and sports betting. The goal of those running the show is for you to win as little as possible. In stock trading, the people who run it benefit when your value goes up. Yes. I don't think low risk at all. No, there are lower risk investments as opposed to higher risk investments. But the aspect of the stock market that's like closely resembling the aspect of the stock market that closely resembles like gambling is basically like day trading and shit. But also you're thinking of like blue chip, parking some of the money that you have into a low risk fund that you're never going to take anything out of. Like that's not, that's there is still an aspect of probability there, but it's far, far different than, just putting money on red. Putting money on any game whatsoever that is specifically designed to weigh the house, like weigh in favor of the house in a long enough timeline.
It grew the most during the meme stock craze of 2020, which shifted how some people thought about investing. Instead of being driven by earnings, prices, or fundamentals, people gambled on memes, attention, and vibes. People are chasing bigger returns and taking on bigger risks to do so. One measure of this is the amount of debt people are taking out to invest. Margin debt is at an all-time high of $1 trillion, which even on an inflation-adjusted basis is near all-time highs and up 5x over the last few decades. Not only that, the rapid growth of zero-day options by retail traders is also a telltale sign. It's grown 5x in volume over 5 years, showing that people are trying to gamble more. Zero-day options are the stock trader equivalent of red or black at the casino. Fast action, massive wins or losses on a single day. But if the stock market is America's casino, then meme coins are basically the back alley bookie who will break your legs. Bigger price swings, faster action. Meme coins are even more degenerate.
Okay, this is a perfect example. Dude, I should have just kept the video playing. He just described it perfectly.
Than meme stocks and pump and dump usually within a single day. Among the people who trade these, pump.fun is the leading destination as the one-click launchpad. Anyone can make a meme coin in seconds, and there is no value in it other than the expectation that someone might be more foolish than you and buy at a higher price than you did. And of course, Pump.Fun is happy to take a cut and make most of the money. Most traders will lose, but now you can also get a cut if you're a content creator who pushes one of these coins. We've seen the same thing from launchpads.
There's an inherent difference though. On principle, you're investing in a company, or that's how it used to be. Your investment is supposed to help the company improve. Before the financialization of the economy, it was good for society. I think we could have figured out a better funding vehicle for these companies in general. Or at least focused when we had a better opportunity to do so, at least focused on this reinvestment in a more democratic fashion. We are very, very far past that point, by the way. And even in its inception, there were many market crashes, very famous ones. But we're so far removed from that point. I mean, normal things that happen nowadays, normal things that happen with companies nowadays that you can literally see with your own two eyes that actually improve the fucking the stock value of a company, like the value of a company that genuinely is harmful to the economy. It happens all the time, whether it be stock buybacks or whether it be fucking mergers and acquisitions and the subsequent layoffs that come about it. Like, there are so many examples where, like, well, stock performance is doing great, but overall, the consequences for the real economy, the economy that you actually live in, is devastating.
Like Meteora, they allow creators to have a split of some of the trading fees, and it kind of democratizes the grift. Now, anyone can farm their followers and fans for money. You don't have to be particularly sophisticated, and that's actually how Trump made millions of dollars in fees with Trump Meme Coin without ever selling. He just farmed the fees. And to be clear, this money doesn't magically appear. It's being siphoned away from regular people who mostly lose. It creates a sad ecosystem where most creators are racing to the bottom for attention to get their audiences to pump their worthless coins, leading to a predictable spiral where most are scamming, rage baiting, or otherwise trying to shock each other into becoming the biggest grift of the day.
You said, wait, I don't understand. If gambling is a commodification of hope, don't you think that a true socialist society would abolish gambling? No. The point is not that you're enjoying a game. The point is that that game is taking away your earnings and ruining your fucking life. and pushing you further and further into a deep pit of despair. The example I will use is like, I mean, there's like mini risks and mini games that people have always fucking enjoyed, even in their communities, right? Like you just sit around and you play a game, and in order to make the odds, or in order to heighten the intensity of the game, you just put money on it or something, right? Not sure if you'll see, but can you explain why mergers lead to layoffs? They call it eliminating redundancy. Once a merger takes place, now you got two people from two separate companies doing the same job. Usually, one of those guys needs to go.
What the fuck? Thanks for the 20 bandos.
It's ripping.
What? If you've ever heard of a zero-sum game where someone has to win for the other one to lose, meme coins are negative sum because of all the trading fees. Most people, by definition, will lose. The real winner, of course, is Pump.Fun and people pushing it. According to one analysis, they've generated revenues of over $800 million for themselves, while...
Whenever you look at this kind of like despicable behavior, turn enough stone and underneath you will find Nazis, okay? You look at all this degeneracy and you start turning some of these stones, and under one of those stones, you'll always find a fucking Nazi at the heart of it.
Almost none of the traders
least racist kick streamer
made significant profits. According to one analysis, 0.4% of all traders will ever make over $10,000. So almost no one. And look, the reason we're going through all of this is to explain the many ways that gambling is no longer just about slots, cards, brick and mortar casinos. We've injected it into every conceivable aspect of our lives. And that has two effects. One, it's inescapable. You cannot avoid gambling by avoiding Vegas anymore. It's literally everywhere. And then two, it's also harder to understand and study because most researchers are studying like casinos, sports betting, but so much of gambling is not that anymore. So as we get to the numbers of this stuff, remember, everything's going to be an undercount. But it is still important to talk about those casinos, and that's where we're going to shift now. Starting with the biggest trend that has happened for these casinos, and number 2 on our reason, which is sports gambling becoming legalized. Rewind the clocks for a second back to 2018 when the Supreme Court overturned a federal ban. At the time, basically, you could only sports bet in Nevada. But after this, you can see in a few years, we've completely flipped on the issue. Most states now allow sports betting. And along with that, the advertising budgets for these companies is absolutely enormous. DraftKings, FanDuel, Underdog, Prize Picks. They've spent hundreds of millions of dollars getting celebrities and influencers to push their product every year. And man, has it worked. As I'm writing this, the #1 sports app on the App Store is not sports. It's not ESPN. ESPN and the NFL are second and third. The #1 sports app is actually DraftKings. And in the top 10, half of those apps are sports betting, which is insane. There are two reasons for this. Obviously, one, hundreds of millions in advertising, but the second is what are called inducements, which is when these apps will incentivize players to download them and place a bet, sometimes literally offering what seems like free money.
It's got an NFL offer.
Don't play with me. We just turned $5 into $150 in bonus bets.
New customers bet $5, get $300 in bonus bets if you win.
New customers get risk-free bets up to $2,000.
Now look, the reason casinos do this is kind of obvious. If they can make you place one bet, they're more likely to place the second, third, and 100th. But even setting aside the fine print of these weird offers, does it not strike anyone else as weird that we're allowing gambling companies to give away free stuff? Imagine the cigarette industry told you, buy your first pack, get 50 free packs free to get you started. Imagine.
Yeah, I mean, first hit is free, baby. That's the drug dealer. That is quite literally the drug dealer method. Something to consider. I wonder why. Yeah.
Budweiser said, shotgun one, they'll send you a case for fun. It's insane. And yet, that's exactly what these sports betting apps are doing. It's the lifeblood of how they get new players. And once you're in, these apps will also cater to their biggest players, biggest losers, called VIPs. They will send them gifts as they spend their life savings. And there have been multiple lawsuits actually about this. And to make it worse, if you do the opposite and you actually win too much on these apps, they will try to limit your betting, as one investigation found.
If you show any real ability
to effectively handicap a game and beat the sportsbook, they will limit your bets and essentially kick you out of the sportsbook. They will not let you win. Can you talk to me a little bit about how sportsbooks treat you once you start winning?
They don't want to accept your bets.
Yeah, it turns out the casinos actually hate the exact player that's featured in all of their advertisements, the guy who actually wins too much money. Which is actually so crooked when you think about it, that if you're one of the few people who achieves what they're promoting, they actually don't want you. Now, as I was writing this story, another massive scandal actually broke in the sports betting world, which is even more corrupt than not allowing winners.
But as you now know, individuals such as Chauncey Billups, Damon Jones, and Terry Rozier were taken into custody today. Former, current NBA players and coaches. What you don't know is that this is an illegal gambling operation and sports rigging operation that spanned the course of years.
That's right, the FBI just exposed a massive sports rigging scheme that was using these apps to win money on rigged basketball games. One example of this was March 23rd, 2023, when an NBA player, Terry Rozier, told a friend ahead of time that he was going to go out early on a foot injury. And so that night, $200,000 in bets were placed on his underperformance because no one else knew that he was injured. And a few minutes after Terry kind of limping around, he left the game and the bets paid off. A few days later, Terry Rozier and his friend allegedly counted the money at his house from the fraudulent wagering scheme. And this was one of several rigged games the FBI alleged, but the media was quick to point out this isn't even the first time someone was caught doing something like this.
Jonte Porter, who played for the Toronto Raptors, has already pled guilty. He's already pled guilty. He's awaiting sentencing for doing just what Rozier and Jones are accused of. So this train has already left the station, Laura. And I have to tell you, when Jeff Teague, an NBA player, says, oh, there's betting everywhere, it is everywhere. I've done ads for DraftKings. LeBron James has done ads for DraftKings. In fact, ESPN, when they were reporting this story this morning, they're having programming, people talking just like you and me, talking about this scandal on the press conference the FBI was giving. And underneath them on the ticker was an ad for ESPN Bet, which is ESPN's own sportsbook.
Yeah, the irony of all of this is that the same people who condemn illegal betting going on are simultaneously pushing the sports books, which create the opportunity. And at some point, the producers on ESPN actually noticed it. And see if you can spot the moment they try to fix the sportsbook ad in the corner.
You hear a lot about legal sports gambling on this show. The Bussin' Boys, obviously sports gambling is a huge part of what you do, so we put those all out there as a preamble because it might be in the back of people's minds, and we acknowledge that this is a different time and place. However, there is a fine line, not so fine, there is a bold line that obviously has to be drawn.
Well, that's a little awkward. You're actually supposed to remove the ad for sports betting before talking about sports rigging. And honestly, we've only hit the tip of the iceberg here because we've since learned these professional leagues are useless at catching this stuff. Turns out the NBA already investigated Terry Rozier before the FBI indictment for that exact game, and they cleared him because the NBA commissioner said there was insufficient evidence.
Ultimately concluded that there was insufficient evidence despite that aberrational behavior to move forward.
Right. So even with aberrational activity, they had the right game, the right guy, and the NBA couldn't find enough evidence. I mean, the more money that goes into sports betting, the more this will be a problem, and the leagues are clearly not equipped to handle it. But people just look the other way because the money's too good. And I want to now address the size of these betting markets because they're absolutely enormous in ways most people don't understand. And to get our heads around it, we're going to look at some survey numbers. One study estimates that 22% of all Americans and almost half of men my age have an online sports betting account. Another estimates that 1 in 4 people have placed a bet on sports and 1 in 5 have placed a bet in the last year. Like with all surveys, there's margins of error here, but the data mostly agrees. Sports betting is very widespread and extremely popular among young men. And for the ones who get addicted, it's financially devastating. One recent study looked at Americans' finances before and after sports betting was legalized by their state. They found that bankruptcy rates rise approximately 10% after legalization. Another paper looked at financial stability, noting that for households that do bet, they spend on average about $720 a year sports betting. And the study found that for every dollar someone deposits for betting, there's a reduction in net investments of just under $1. As people gamble more, they invest less, which means their financial future is worse. Makes sense. But this is especially true of problem gamblers or gambling addicts. To be clear, this is not something that affects all gamblers. Roughly 1% of the world population suffers from this. It's more common among people who bet regularly and bet online. two of the things that sports gambling encourages. Problem gambling completely obliterates people's finances and affects more than just the gambler, because as they beg, borrow, or steal to continue their addiction, they affect everyone around them. And I do mean steal. Roughly half of gambling addicts will commit a crime, and most of those crimes are to continue gambling, often leading to a spiral where the addict doesn't see a way out, which is why problem gambling has one of the highest suicide rates of any substance addictions. Full stop.
I don't get it. You know none of this, man.
I didn't say criminalizing is good. I said regulation is good. This is why you have to regulate it severely. We're doing the opposite. We're allowing it to expand. We're allowing to create a system of ease of access for people to do it wherever they want on the shitter.
Matters, right?
Yeah.
You've tried this before with Roobet, CS2, and it did nothing.
Yep.
No, literally, I mean nothing. Absolute silence. All the moralizing, the anti-gambling. You're wasting your time.
Yeah.
That's how I feel.
Let me tell you a story. A year ago, I was offered $20,000 to do a video by casino. Now, I said no and made a whole series about it, but what I didn't tell you is that later I was offered $1 million to cover my legal fees in an ongoing case. Now, this was offered by a person who said they wanted to remain anonymous, no strings attached, very nice person. They said they wanted to just help out. Sounds great. But then I found out the money was coming from a sports betting company. They were one of the top people, and that's obviously a dilemma for me. I am publicly against gambling, and here this person's kind of privately telling me, well, gambling can pretty much solve all my problems. Pay my legal fees, they're telling me, oh, their company's regulated, it's fine, it's above board. Ultimately, I had to say no. Thank you for the offer, but, in my head, there's no such thing as $1 million, no strings attached. And, obviously, I also can't take $1 million from a sports betting company and then go make a video criticizing sports betting. But it gave me pause and kind of gave me an aha moment that I was missing before, where I started to understand exactly how screwed we.
It wasn't entrapment because he probably hadn't done a lot of critical videos on sports betting at the time. Because, for example, I'll tell you right now, there's mad people in Vegas that fucking love my shit because I have taken the task stake.com, right? Why would people in Vegas like that I am very anti-online gambling? Well, because obviously the ready availability of online gambling and unregulated cryptocurrency based casinos is competition. And the same goes, I'm willing to bet for that guy. That's probably what happened.
And this goes into our third reason gambling is winning. The casual way these casinos can throw around life-changing money for any normal person is why the data will never fix this. It's why having enough
Oh my God, what an amazing dude. Oh my God. It's such a fucking breath of fresh air to see someone like, it feels so fucking lonely, dude. It feels so goddamn lonely to just like constantly talk about this shit and be inundated with like the most vicious fucking smears, which I think make other people think twice about ever being critical of this kind of stuff, especially because there is such a heavy financial incentive to either shut the fuck up or literally take the bag. I'm so happy that CoffeeZilla is like is one of those people who is actively speaking out against this, even though there is not even a stigma associated with it any longer. I think like there's not even the social stigma. I feel like there was a social stigma initially, maybe like a decade ago, or especially like 5 years ago or whatnot. But nowadays there is no social stigma associated with it at all. And that's partially because they threw the bag at enough people that they normalized it. That's what I was talking about, like Saudi Arabia and sports washing. If there is enough money, these forces will inevitably make their way. They will inevitably make their way into normal society by just basically paying for it, by paying for the PR.
Facts about addicts or interviewing people whose lives were ruined will not change things. Believe me, I've done it and it's never moved the needle. To be honest, it's not even debatable that gambling is kind of bad for most people and life-destroying for a few. Even the industry kind of admits that, but the reason gambling is everywhere in spite of that is there is too much money in the game benefiting the people that make the final decisions, right? Think about the states with tax revenue, the casino profits, the influencer payouts. There's a small group that gambling is incredible for. So incredible, it basically defies logic. I'm talking billions of dollars in profits. And if you want to understand why gambling is everywhere, you can't just look at the statistics. You have to look at the money. And I want to show you exactly how this works with an example. This is Matthew. He's better known online as Nadeshot, and recently he took a gambling deal with an offshore crypto casino. And when he first talks about the deal, I want you to notice it's a little strange. He almost seems hesitant.
Boys, we just partnered with Rootbet, and before I say anything, don't gamble, okay? You will lose. I promise you, you're gonna lose. But that's why I partnered with Rootbet, so they can pay me to gamble. So even when I lose, I'm still gonna lose.
Yeah, it's pretty weird to hear someone say, don't gamble, guys, while announcing a partnership.
It's not weird. That's the Trainwrecks method. That Trainwrecks paved the fucking way with that. He literally paved the goddamn way with that, man. As the train strat. Yeah, I have it. I have the, yeah, I mean, there's the spam. Get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. I still have a card that I carry with me in my fucking wallet. Where is it? Where's my Trainwrecks card? I literally carry this shit with me everywhere I go, bro. It's not even a joke. Wait, where the fuck did it go? Oh my God. Did I lose it? No. I need to get it laminated, honestly. It's been years, dude. I have had this card in my wallet for years. When I go to Las Vegas, the first time I ever made money at Las Vegas was when I fucking actually tried to do, what is it called? The slots. Something I never actually took enjoyment out of because I think it's just like, it's not something I can touch. There's no tactile tactile reward at all. So I don't really fuck with slots like that. But the only time I've ever made money in Vegas was when I would hit the slots with the Trainwrecks card on top of the button. But yeah, straight up, there's colors, sounds, and shit. It's great. Nah, it's not for me.
With a gambling company, Nadeshot implies that he may lose money, but in fact, he later admits that it's the most money he's ever been paid.
This is the biggest partnership that I've had in my entire career.
No, instead, I think the hesitancy, the weirdness of this video is because Nadeshot knows pushing gambling is kind of bad for people. He said so in a podcast a couple years ago.
I definitely think that people streaming on Twitch, all the crypto betting, certainly incentivizes younger kids to be more interested in crypto gambling. Like, I know personally people that should not have been gambling online, but because it's so easy to gamble with crypto, they did it when they could not afford to do it, and it has not worked out well for them.
Right. Nadeshot knows personally it's bad. But for the reason why he's doing it anyways, just fast forward 2 minutes in the podcast and we find out because the host asks, a hypothetical. What if someone offered Nadeshot $100 million to promote gambling? And well, let's just say his tone changed.
I ain't turning down $100 million, bro. You got me fucked up, brother. I'll go on there and I will crypto gamble 24/7, dude. At that point, man, it's the parents' fault. Hey, I'm just working over here. You're going to pay me more than LeBron? Brother, I would be lighting up, cash on fire, gambling crypto. I would sell my soul for 100 M's. Are you fucking kidding me, dude?
We should clip this. We should send this over to Kick.
I won't sleep. I will be your workhorse. You want me to pump blue chews and crypto gambling? I will do it all. You got me fucked up. Them kids, dude. Fuck them kids.
Look, I'm just going to say, you can say he's wrong for saying that. He's a bad person for saying that. But the reality is, this is why gambling is winning. The casinos have so much money, they are buying people's souls. Even people who kind of admit gambling's kind of bad. Put enough money on the table, and Nadeshot says, hey, fuck them kids. And by the way, speaking of fucking them kids, let's talk about Drake.
W's in the shot.
Yep. One of the biggest unending, unlimited fucking torrent of mass smears that I have received has come from the company that CoffeeZilla is talking about right now. Let's be real, 99% of leftists would do it. Dog, you are literally talking to a leftist who did not do it. Fuck you mean? I love that when people go, oh, you're rich already. Dog, who the fuck do you think the people who take these gambling deals are? You think it's fucking no-name motherfuckers with like 8 people in their audiences? No, it's the top fucking content creators on the platform, dingus. Like, you're literally talking about Drake. The motherfucker has a goddamn actual commercial-sized airplane for himself. XQC Trainwreck's like, what do you mean? Oh, you're rich already. It's like, yeah, that's the reason. Yeah, because famously, you know what rich people love? Not making more money. You guys are so fucking stupid. Like, what do you mean? Yeah, you're not wrong. It's much easier for me to say no to this shit. Except these are the kinds of people that they're giving money to. They're not giving it to fucking regular Tom, Dick, and Harry with like 13 people watching. These are already rich people. That's the whole point. It's so funny because it goes back to the same cynicism that I always talk about. It goes back to the same cynicism. It's like, oh, well, it's easy for you to do. Yeah, easier for me than you. But they're not giving you $100 million, brother. They're not offering you tens of millions of dollars, you know? Also, on top of that, the people that they're giving contracts to are wealthier than I am to begin with. So they extra don't need it. They're just doing it because they weigh out the repercussions, not the moral ones. I don't think they give a shit about that much, but they weigh out the potential backlash that they could receive from their audiences. And over the years, they realize like there is no backlash. It doesn't fucking matter. You just slot yourself into this comfortable part of the internet and you just pump right-wing shit all the way, all the time. And then you basically retrain your audience to be more open-minded to this sort of thing. You either develop a new one and you get who you can get from your audience, right? You get who you can get from your audience to get on board, and then the rest will come regardless. But you just create a unbreakable system where like no one will ever give you shit for it because they know you're kind of a piece of shit, right? Like, it's fine. There's comfort in that. There's safety in that. And oftentimes just leans into like right-wing politics in general. I'm not talking about Drake in general here, but it's just like,
it isn't just streamers or influencers taking deals. It's the biggest rapper on the planet. He signed a reported $100 million deal recently with Stake, the crypto casino, which is wild. There's really no endorsement deals like that anywhere else that hit those kind of numbers. And just like Nate Shot, Drake wants you to know that, even though he's taking the money, gambling isn't for everyone. Recently, he posted an $8 million loss, saying, gotta share the other side of gambling. Now, maybe some of you think that's brave, but to me, I see that and go, Drake, that is the only side of gambling for most people. If any normal person lost $8 million, their life is over and their legs are broken. You're the only one with another side to this whole thing. Where, to be clear, that other side is reportedly getting paid $100 million. And to be clear, like, it's a lot of people taking these deals. I'm not trying to single anyone out. You know, let's also take Kevin Hart, right? One of the world's smallest comedians. He pushes DraftKings. And this one I find really bizarre.
Do me a favor, man. Go to the DraftKings app. Look at what I'm betting on. Look at why I'm betting on. Place your bets. All the action is here. DraftKings, Kevin Hart.
I'm not even going to ask why Kevin needs you to get on DraftKings and bet. Like, the fact is he's worth a reported $450 million. But the real thing I find so gross about this is that Kevin Hart has gone on podcasts.
But yeah, I hope the chatter that was saying, oh, easy for you to do, you're rich, realizes that the people that get the fucking big bucks are even far richer than I ever could be. Big dog, fuck do you mean? Bro, if you were about to go to New York City election, why the fuck did you come back to LA for a couple days? Privilege much? Shaking my head.
And talked about the need for financial literacy. You know, he talked about this on Joe Rogan.
The biggest problem within our community is knowledge. We don't know. Debt is welcomed because it's celebrated. That's all we know. The knowledge isn't given. So it's not till you obtain that knowledge and understanding that you go, oh, shit. Oh, this is why you put money up. This is how you increase versus decrease. Oh, this is how you earn on your money. Oh, wow. I can gain wealth by investing in what? The stock world is what? How many people partake in the stock world? And is there a part that isn't necessarily gambling? Is there a low risk part? The information isn't there.
Yeah, Kev, maybe the information isn't there on the stock market part, which isn't gambling, because you're too busy telling them about actual gambling. Understand that Kevin Hart is not just a guy who sometimes talks about it on podcasts either. He has a whole partnership, an actual partnership with Chase Bank, where they ran a campaign to improve financial literacy. But then Kevin goes on the side and he's pushing DraftKings, which preys on people's financial illiteracy. And while we're talking about small comedians with big bank accounts, let's talk about Joe Rogan too. And listen, I'm not trying to be high and mighty with all this stuff. I know it sounds a bit like that, but believe me, I am eye level with these guys, okay? I'm very short too. You can't tell behind the $10 million studio desk, but no offense is intended here. We got to discuss though, how the biggest comedians in the world, biggest, smallest comedians, are pushing DraftKings. Didn't Joe get a $250 million deal from Spotify? I didn't realize before this video, like, how many gambling ads he has been running recently. In the month of September alone, there were 11 DraftKings ads in 14 videos. And with Joe especially, it's weird because he's the guy who rants against big pharma's manipulative advertising.
If you can advertise, you can.
Like, I'll be honest, like, the only exception that I give to situations like this is if you're, like, directly in the, if you're, like, an up-and-comer, or if you're directly in, like, the commentary sphere of the sports side, where, like, you have to sit in front of a fucking studio that has the DraftKings logo in front of it, or ESPN sports betting logo in front of it, and you just don't have any control over it, right? Obviously, Joe Rogan is a little bit different. Like, there is, do you see what I mean? Like, I don't think, like, Jamel Hill has any say over what gets placement on the broadcast that she's on, right? Like, that's the difference. Like, there's a lot of people who are, like, employees or people that want to break into, you know, the sports commentary side or whatever. Like, that's it. There's also people who just, like, objectively don't give a shit. Like I said, I've given up. I've given up on trying to prosecute this kind of stuff. I will admit that. Like, I tried to go after the edge cases. I try to go after, like, the edge cases, but, like, sports betting, while I find it to be completely a cancerous influence, to completely have a cancerous influence on American society, you will not catch me consistently talking about it. And the reason for why I will not consistently talk about it or constantly fucking attack people over it, and this was a point of contention that was literally brought up in the crypto casino gambling saga, for the old heads that remember, for the real ball knowers. Even back then, I said, this is virtually impossible to deal with. If you go back, look at my videos from, like, whenever we were talking about stake. One of the counter examples that was often utilized by Trainwrecks and many others and XQC, all these people, was like, well, what about sports betting? There's sports betting on this platform. And I was like, look, I don't like that either, but there is virtually nothing I can do about that, you know? Nothing at all. And nowadays I feel like everything is impossible to fight against.
Manipulate people and change their opinion based on theatrics.
So many. Everyone gets a free bet. We all want to win. Hey, let's win together. You know what to do.
You have music and people dancing and holding hands and spinning around in a wheat field. Like, that is so manipulative. And we are subject to manipulation. And when it's something that is so important, like making critical health decisions, there's so many of these commercials. Like,
I mean, it's so funny because this is one of those weird things where Joe Rogan is not wrong, both in the principle of advertising and propaganda, and specifically as it pertains to brand drugs, right? Not generics, but like recognizable brand name drugs. Except the reason why he's shitting on the drug advertisement is because he's like anti-medicine. You know what I mean? Like, he's not wrong. America is one of the few countries, I think, if not one of the only OECD countries, where you can just, like, do ads for for drugs in general, because all these other countries have some semblance of socialized medicine, and therefore you do mass purchases. The government mass purchases the drugs, and pharmacare is either largely regulated or entirely in the hands of the government. So the United States of America, so there's no incentive for these pharmaceutical companies to do televised ads in general. But it's just devastating.
So many times I'm watching television, I'm like, how many goddamn drug commercials are there?
By the way, I agree with him. We are being manipulated, but change a few words from that rant, and you could say the exact same thing about how gambling is pushed. Casinos are also manipulative. They don't advertise the actual reality where people lose. Instead, they say things like winning, cashing in, opportunity. And Joe Rogan's a part of that.
Every game is another chance to cash in. Don't just watch the action, win with it. Every snap is loaded with opportunity.
That is just as manipulative as pharma ads pushing pills that may end up addicting you. In both cases, the collateral damage are the addicts we created along the way. And I guess I have to ask, maybe people think, oh, one's worse than the other. Is there that much of a difference between a drug addict and a gambling addict? No, really, I'm asking.
It's like if you see the drug addict, you see him, he's shooting up or whatever it is, and you see him fainting, you go, oh, that poor bastard. But when you see a guy who's fully in the grips of gambling, trying to figure out how to get his money back, and he's all jazzed up with adrenaline, he doesn't understand why.
It's just like cocaine, it's just like drug abuse, it's just like the opiate problem, it's just like anything else. It could you and I both know people who have lost their lives gambling, okay? You've seen people in pool halls. You see how they get, Joe Rogan. Man. There's no difference in the drug addict and the gambling addict. Not at all. No difference.
So there is no difference. Then why do we shake our head at the Sackler family and pharmaceutical execs who push pills that ruin people's lives, but somehow nobody cares we're doing a very similar thing with gambling? At every level of society.
No, it's worse, objectively. Because, like, while the Sackler family they're horrifying monsters, like, medicinal fentanyl still exists. Like, there's still medical grade pharmaceuticals that are absolutely necessary for pain relief. Like, there is a use for it. And while I am in favor of allowing vices to continue, I am in favor of allowing vices to continue. Like, there is no, I would say, medical necessity, for example, or like life-saving necessity for gambling, as opposed to the pharmaceuticals, no matter how addicting they may be.
We are shoving this down people's throats. And it's not that I mind if people gamble individually, but we are pushing it on people who otherwise would not have done it, because everything is gambling now, from sports to entertainment to investing. It is totally inescapable. And we're moving the casino from Vegas directly into people's pockets, connecting to their bank accounts. I don't know exactly how this is going to end, but it doesn't take a genius to see where it's going to lead. Gambling is going to be a much larger problem for people, and especially young men. And the saddest part is there's no amount of data or facts that I can give you that's going to stop that. There's just too much money at stake.
Yep. Regarding online sports books that are winning cash on sports, we currently work with Prize Picks. Between us, I enjoy betting very mildly on sports. It makes the games more fun. I'm also aware of the risks you can pose, though. Probably not very knowledgeable because I haven't had those same exact issues. We make sure to follow guidelines from our sponsors, though it's worth being more intentional about emphasizing those risks to listeners. I feel like the podcasting space, there's a decent amount of regulation in our ad reads, and I try to remember to advise our listeners that gambling may not be right for them, but I do often forget to do that, to be honest. Nelk, Kyle, Salim, and Steiny only affiliate themselves with legal firearms like Prize Picks and play by the rules.
Hey, come back to the bar and let me fix you a drink. The weather isn't changing anytime soon.
You know, all it would take is basic advertising rules or legislative change to put a stop to half of this stuff.
That's the thing. Money makes the world move, Coffee. And the people who write the rules like them just the way they are.
My goat. Fucking Goatzilla, dude. He's so awesome. This is going to become more and more of a problem. And I think, I don't know. I just don't think there's any solution to it. It is a money printer. Okay. And when you have something that is a money printer, it would be like if when we first figured out the extraction of oil from the ground, you know, petroleum, like when we first figured out that was going to be devastating for mankind, And then we were like, hey, maybe we should think about this. Maybe we should think about this. This is really fucked up. But then obviously, it didn't matter because we were like, what the fuck are you talking about? There's a tremendous amount of money to make here. And gambling, just like with the oil and gas industry, for example, especially when there's like, with the oil and gas industry, at least there's like there is a reason for why it is a necessity for the explosive growth of technology and all the stuff, right? Whereas with gambling, it's just like a pure vice and it's just for fun and it's just for entertainment, but it's very addictive. I think gambling in and of itself is going to turn into the exact same thing that we're seeing with the oil and gas giants, right? Like people will just go, well, no, this was initially an opportunity to create tremendous wealth, but also at the same time, it's just a part of normal existence and there's nothing you can do about it, no matter how devastating the impact of it might be. And that's the same future I see with gambling. We will never have, I just don't foresee a future where these companies, especially with the current loose regulations or the lack of regulations that make even more money, are ever going to turn around and recognize that they are creating tremendous pain and allow the current governments to take action against them, any sort of regulatory action against them. I think if cigarettes were invented today, we would have never made it illegal to make doctors promote it on television and also tell people that it was good, genuinely. Because there was a time when people would like market cigarettes, right? And then, I don't know, there was a lot of advocacy groups that decided, hey, maybe that's not such a positive thing. Seems like there are a lot of ailments. Seems like there are a lot of side effects here. Sure, makes you look cool. And goddamn, does it make you look cool? I'll be honest. Oh, here, look at this.
You know, if you were to follow a busy doctor as he makes his daily round of calls, you'd find yourself having a mighty busy time keeping up with him. Time out for many men of medicine usually means just long enough to enjoy a cigarette. And because they know what a pleasure it is to smoke a mild, good-tasting cigarette, they're particular about the brand they choose. In a repeated national survey, doctors in all branches of medicine, doctors in all parts of the country were asked, "What cigarette do you smoke, doctor?" Once again, the brand named most was Camel. Yes, according to this repeated nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette. Why not change to Camels for the next 30 days and see what a difference it makes in your smoking enjoyment? See how Camels agree with your throat. See how mild and good-tasting a cigarette can be.
Isn't it crazy? Yeah, I love thank you for smoking. That's how I feel, by the way. Look at CoffeeZilla's face. That's me every day.
Do you really think it's worth all of this, though? Like, just for a little more money?
Hey, you said it yourself, didn't you? It's not just a little money.
So, like alcohol? What are you talking about? Is there fucking advertisements of doctors on television being like, alcohol is good for you? 9 out of 10 doctors of all different backgrounds in medicine suggest Bud Light. Like, the fuck do you mean? No, but it is really normalized and cause a lot of harm. I know, brother. I know. I don't drink like that anymore. You know, I know. I didn't say we should prohibit smoking. I wasn't in favor of smoke prohibition either, cigarette prohibition either. And nor am I for alcohol. Just heavily regulated. That's it.
Money. It's a lot more money. If people would sell their soul for $100 million, well, imagine what they do for billions.
You don't drink, you don't smoke, are you a fucking loser? Yes. Literally, yes.
You know, maybe it is time for that drink.
You're gonna tip this time, right?
My goat. Great video. Ooh, it's crazy to me that we don't let professional athletes bet on sports, but we let politicians invest in the stock market. Incredible take. That's awesome. Technically, that's also illegal, for the record. I think what's really interesting about this stuff, by the way, is that like when you call it out, you're seen as a smarmy, no fun type of person. And like even by the attitude of other people's fandoms and whatnot, like there is a negative association with you because you're like, oh, you're a joy killer, you're woke scold. And if you have if you have, for example, fans, like if you have a shit ton of fans, right? And you want to do gambling sponsorships, and then there's like some fucking asshole out there being like, that's fucked up, that's not good. You're actually causing a lot of damage to your audience. You're just like farming them for a price that you don't even need, like for money that you don't even need. You already have more money than God. What the fuck are you doing? Then they just spent their entire fucking lives coming after you. Spend their entire goddamn lives coming after you, and then their communities don't even realize, even if they agree with you down the line, they still don't realize like why they hate you. They can't put two and two together. They don't know that they hate you because their favorite content creator at the time was negatively framing everything against the one guy who was like, don't do that. That's bad. Even if former fans of said content creator inevitably also realize maybe it was bad, but they just never let you live it down because people don't remember what you said. They just remember how you made them feel. Jeff 2 liked your reply, A Mother's Basement. You're telling me the U.S. and Saudi Arabian government have labeled the group they have been genociding for decades terrorists? It's also the enemy of terrorists like the Houthis. Why are you outing this man, brother? And also, why are you hiding your own fucking reply clearly?
Over the past few months, certain cosplay props been showing up in places you'd never expect, at least if you don't know anything about the anime and manga that it's from. A goofy little caricature of a skull and crossbones and a jaunty little yellow straw hat flying proud.
We're watching Mother's Basement, The Politics of One Piece, okay? It's from 7 days ago. Mother's Basement is a real ball knower. Obviously, this is an issue that's close and personal for me. And the reason why I wanted to watch this past week is because there are a lot of... Wait, are there major spoilers in this? Are there spoilers past the point? Because I'm on the first half of Egghead. I haven't continued to watch. Anyway, listen. One of the reasons is because like people resurfaced the trash take that I had where I called Luffy a terrorist, a freedom fighter. That's number one. And that was resurfaced recently because people were like yelling at the Trash Takes podcast for some fucking reason. I don't even know. But it was really funny because like they caught strays on that, even though they personally kind of understood and they were just like trying to make it a more entertaining conversation, but they got yelled at. And then two, other reason why this is interesting is because the Book Talk girlies have basically picked up copies of the One Piece manga. Okay. And unlike many anime enjoyers who never see the day of light or the light of day, who never go outside, who never shower, who don't have any fucking media literacy whatsoever, who are absolute dullards, who would rather think about aura, cool fights, hype moments, power scaling, and a number of different idiotic conspiracies that they engage in while they simultaneously turn around and tell you, oh, why would you say One Piece is political, you fucking idiot? There are plenty of them out there, okay? These are the Book Talk girlies and the guys that actually do have media literacy, okay? Now, I'm not going to sit here and say that they're all, the best read people out there or they have the best media literacy or anything like that, but they definitely have more than the average anime enjoyer. Bro just started watching One Piece and thinks that his Karl Marx... Yeah. Don't read Das Kapital. Read One Piece instead. It's just as verbose. You haven't heard of Agenda Piece. So I will admit, until I saw the TikToks of people making memes about Agenda Piece against the book talkers picking up copies of One Piece, I was unfamiliar with some of the Agenda Piece line items, except for those that I had heard in my chat. A shockingly low amount of people in my community that also are One Piece enjoyers are actually Agenda Piece defenders, which is very interesting. It's very, very interesting. But I guess I am a little bit of an Agenda Piece guy as well, except I merge Agenda Piece with actual author's intent, something that a lot of Agenda Piece people don't do. Okay? Author's intent is pretty fucking important in the media literacy side of things, which is part of the reason why I brought Oda's background or at least like personal political associations, or rather what he feels comfortable showing about himself. For those of us that are normal adults, what the heck is agenda piece? Oh, agenda piece is people that have different agendas about One Piece and One Piece characters, and don't actually care about the work at all from the normal way, that you would enjoy the content. And I think it's mostly memes in general. Agenda piece Peak is very funny. Mihawk paints his sword black. Shanks is a rat, and Roger is a fraud. I don't even know why they say Garp is. Why do they say Garp's real name is what is it, like enslave the masses or something? I guess Zoro is a racist. This kind of agenda piece as well, even though I don't really take it. Yeah, warrior of oppression. Another is Buggy is hiding his power level. He is Shanks equal. Yeah, I've never been a Buggy fan, so that one also doesn't track with me at all. But anyway, let's just keep going. So there's like a bunch of different conspiracies that people have basically fucking followed loose threads on, because this is a work of art that has been around. This is a work of art that has been around for, people's entire lifespans. So of course there's like entire conspiracies around it. There are very long and convoluted conspiracies around it. It's just another way to like enjoy the art, I think. But this is not an agenda piece video. This is a politics of One Piece video. And it's actually part of the reason why I really like One Piece. Let's take a look.
Over desperate protests and the flaming wreckage of a nation's capital. There are a few Shonen Jump anime one could say have conquered the world over the years, but none quite so literally as this. From New York to Jakarta, Paris to Palestine, Rome to Kathmandu, One Piece is being adopted the world over as the official manga of protest and revolution. Which must be more than a little confusing to folks who mainly know Luffy as that one guy who was always standing next to Boruto's dad in Bleachigo from, that one anime that's way too long to ever watch it. Meanwhile, those who have watched it are just thinking,
Sniper King, shoot down that flag.
Those pirates just declared war against the world government!
Yeah, sounds about right. So in the interest of clearing up that confusion.
Yeah, it kind of blows my mind that you can be right-wing and actually like One Piece. I can't get over it, dude. At its base, it's literally a bunch of terrorists beating the fuck out of sea cops, dude. I can't get over it. How the fuck do people watch this thing and go, no, this is a fucking real right-wing show? Like, what do you mean? Like, it just doesn't make any sense. I know I'm just relitigating the same take that I delivered on Trash Taste, but there was a fuck ton of people at the time, including a bunch of like One Piece Twitter accounts that was shitting on me for that take.
And also, just because I think it's really cool and fun to talk about, I want to examine some of the political themes that have made One Piece and the Mugiwara flag such lightning rods for radical and revolutionary thought among Gen Z. Though before we can get to that, this video is sponsored by Stella Sora, a classically styled...
Why wouldn't you just enjoy this show and think too much about it? Brother, it's not even thinking too much about it. It's just... It's not an undertone. It's the tone. It's the theme. It's
top-down
what
light
game
action
is.
adventure.
What are you talking about? It's literally the whole thing. The entire story revolves around overthrowing corrupt tyrants. It's not subtle at all. It's about fighting against governments that are harming the people. This video is ironically going to explain all of that, but that is the whole point of One Piece. We had no idea that you said that, but my wife has been talking about this for the last couple of weeks. Wait, really? Your wife is on Book Talk? Yeah. Watching One Piece and just like assuming that there's no politics in it is I don't know. I just like how it's not overthinking it. It's just being devoid of thought. Why don't you just turn your fucking brain off, Himbo? It's not even that. It's like, it's as prevalent as the colors are on the screen. Hassan LARPing as a communist is funny. Oh my Lord, brother. I am a titan of industry. Know your fucking place, serf. I am the capitalist. I am Mr. Capital. Know your place. Okay, know your place. All right, hold on here.
When you download the game at the link in the doobly-doo. Stella Sora is available now on iOS, Android, and PC. Now, with that out of the way, before getting started, we should also probably address all the folks who will adamantly insist.
Lol, you discuss your dog, liberal. you abuse your dog, disgusting liberal. Know your place. Know your place. Okay? Know your place. If you come in here and defend capitalism and you are devoid of capital, I will make fun of you. Okay? I will make fun of you. Where is your capital? You're broke. Where is the fucking banknotes? Where is the deed to the factory? You have no capital. Why are you defending the system that's fucked you over? Oh, show me the deed to the factory. And then we'll talk.
One Piece isn't political at all, so, yeah, they're just completely wrong. Both in the broad, everything is political sense that no work of art can fully expunge its own creator's biases and worldview, and the meme sense that it has many queer and racialized characters in it, but also in the more specific sense that Eiichiro Oda has a lot of very strong opinions regarding governments and social issues that he builds most of his story arcs around.
Yeah.
Drum Island is
yeah. I wonder what this anime is about that has like visibly queer characters and trans characters that aren't even like villains, okay? Or even if they are villains initially, they become like friends. All this stuff where one of the mysterious characters is like a revolutionary. One of the mysterious good characters is directly a revolutionary.
Explicitly about the evils of privatized and monopolized medicine. The entire East Blue saga is bookended with stories about different scales of police corruption. Skypiea is about colonialism and its ties to the romanticized age.
This is so funny. I verbatim, one by one, went through all of this when describing why One Piece was political on the Trash Taste podcast.
Exploration. Fishman Island deals with civil rights and the evils of racial supremacy. Alabasta and Dressrosa both
straight up, greatest opportunity and yet the weakest. I think Oda's weakest political POV was Fishman Island.
Examine from different angles how covert foreign actors can destabilize and subvert sovereign states. Water 7 is about basically the CIA doing that and leads directly into a vicious spoof of Japan's guilty until proven innocent court system. Wano explores the pros and cons of open borders with a little side of trans rights. Sabo's backstory is all about how elites divide and conquer through social stratification. Robin's backstory shows how history can be twisted and erased to control political narratives in the Smithsonian. The entire Summit War saga is about the corruption and politicization of justice itself. Long Ring Longland is about cheating scandals in the Laugh Olympics. It's a very political manga. And when you dig deeper to look at the underlying narrative connecting those arcs, you find revolutionary politics baked into One Piece and Luffy's very DNA. Literally. Oda keeps a picture of Che Guevara hanging prominently in his studio, and he's based more than one character on his likeness and history, including Monkey D. Luffy's own father, Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Now, Luffy himself is not a revolutionary, not consciously anyway. His only political priority is the redistribution of meat, but he is a freedom fighter in the most literal sense of the term, that he will fight anyone who tramples on his or his friend's freedom, which naturally leads to him overthrowing a despot or two, since anyone who shares meat with him is his.
Like, the only counter example that you can present here is basically that there have been many instances where he's like basically put a magnanimous monarch back into positions of power, right? And that's the only effective counter example, like only effective counter narrative to the idea that this is like a socialist work or like a revolutionary work in general. And the thing that I would say in that regard is basically that, like, I think Oda is, like, I've thought about this quite a bit. Oda is very governance agnostic. Like, he just thinks that as long as the authority figure is good for the greater, as long as the authority figure, regardless of whether they're a monarch, a hereditary monarch, or you know, anything, right? Democratically voted into power, as long as they are working for the greater good, then it's fine.
Friend for life. And for that, like many freedom fighters the world over, the dominant global hegemony has branded him a criminal and a terrorist. That hegemony—
Isn't that a liberal viewpoint? The system is fine, it's just the people are wrong? No, that's not a liberal viewpoint. Liberals are— the entire point of liberalism is anti-monarchy, anti-feudalism. No. If that was the case, liberals would love China, for example. They'd be like, well, the system seemingly works for the Chinese people, even though they have a one-party form of governance. Liberals would not shit on it if that was the case. That's the one redeemable quality of liberalism, is that it's anti-monarchy.
The world government isn't a direct allegory for any specific empire, but there are some clear historical parallels. Aesthetically, it borrows a lot from Age of Sail Britain, but the material conditions are a little more modern. A vast network of international extortion that drains the resources of subordinate states in exchange for vague promises of protection, while treating the citizens of unallied states as effectively subhuman, killing them for resources or just for the hell of it.
Fucking NATO, like, straight up, our billionaires being the dragons, or whatever the fuck they were called. I can't believe I'm forgetting basic shit about this work at this point. Oh. Celestial dragons, yeah.
Nation literally built on top of a racialized underclass whose slavery was made illegal several years ago on paper, but is still carried out in practice through loopholes in the prison system, ruled by an elite class of lazy, malignant Nepo babies who are treated like gods basically just for existing, and if you so much as think about hurting one of them, they will bring the full weight of the state down on your head faster than you can blink. Though, of course, that last point applies to pretty much every empire, and that is the real point of the world government. The shape of and justifications for authoritarian regimes change from country to country and era to era, but the villainy masquerading as justice is an eternal constant. Justice, alongside freedom, is one of the two thematic pillars of One Piece, and much of the story concerns itself with figuring out what precisely those two words really mean. Every pirate is living a life of freedom, or at least thinks they are, while every marine at least claims to embody justice. But just as each pirate has a very different view of freedom and who should get to enjoy it, every marine uses their own definition of justice to justify their actions, villainous or otherwise. Fujitora, the samurai admiral, practices humane justice, with an emphasis on protecting innocents over attacking criminals. A noble ideal, to be sure, but one that's immediately compromised by the company that he—
That's my favorite fucking part of One Piece. That there are good cops and bad cops, but ultimately the system requires you to do evil. Okay? That's one of the best, most adult themes in this otherwise very childish looking work, is that while there are people who are kind-hearted or have honest intention, ultimately they're still doing the bidding, because policing as an institution is designed around defending the status quo and defending the ruling class.
He keeps. His efforts to protect people mostly just end up mitigating the collateral damage caused by his less humane allies, which is perhaps why he got promoted despite how many criminals he lets get away. It would certainly be a good PR move on the part of Marines, who kind of need him to serve as a counterbalance to the determined justice of Ryokugyu, the cop admiral who seeks to achieve justice by violently subjugating everyone he personally deems to be undeserving of it, which is pretty much anyone who refuses to submit to the authority of his gods, the celestial dragons. Such people he doesn't even see as human anymore. Standing between those two extremes
you have no human rights.
is Admiral Kizaru, a fundamentally fickle man whose ideal of justice is unclear. He's a laid-back sort of guy, some might say too laid-back, inquisitive and open, if absent-minded, which makes him a fast friend to Dr. Vegapunk. But he's not particularly decisive, and rather than sorting out the complexities of justice for himself, he'd much prefer to be under orders, which he follows with ruthless efficiency, free of the responsibility of actually passing judgment himself. Though after the events at Egghead, he may no longer...
I didn't see anything. Remember, I only saw half of Egghead. I stopped watching after I stopped watching specifically because I wanted to bank episodes. So I have not. Is it fine to unpause here? Is it fine to unpause at this point?
At O'Hara, to the point you can scarcely call it justice at all. It's clear that he quit the Marines in his heart long before turning in his official resignation, and without that ideal, it's really no wonder that he ends up siding with the Black...
Oh wait, no, I saw this. I know this. Okay, I got scared. I know this. I know he sides with Blackbeard. I know that.
Blackbeard pirates after leaving, despite his kind nature. After all, as Luffy's foil, Teach is the ultimate avatar of selfish, individualistic freedom, and after a lifetime spent sacrificing his own freedom for justice, yet still being denied his final promotion by the Navy, it's only natural that Kuzan would swing all the way in the other direction. Former Fleet Admiral Sengoku's reasons for stepping down are a little more noble. His ideal of reigning justice emphasized giving the people of the world a sense of security born from knowing that the Marines were looking out for them. But when the world government sought to save face by sweeping the prison break of Blackbeard's new Titanic captains under the rug, despite the danger those criminals posed to an unwitting public, Sengoku could no longer reconcile his ideal for what the Marines should be with the reality of what they are. Though, unfortunately, his leaving paved the way for someone even worse. In keeping with his magma-based power set, the new Fleet Admiral Sakazuki's approach to justice is full scorched earth. He believes that the world will only become truly just when all of the evil in it, including potential evil, has been rooted out and purged. This is, if I may editorialize a little here, a child's view of morality. The reactionary idea that the world will become good if you can just get rid of all the bad people, as if all the suffering and death that you'd have to cause to make that—
I hate this scumbag. Fucking monster.
That happen wouldn't make you one of the worst people to ever live.
He's such a cool villain, but he's such a fucking piece of shit. Fucking asshole murderer.
But that childish outlook is right in keeping with the brand of justice endorsed by the world government itself, absolute justice, which is a pretty straightforward—
That stuff is still confusing to me, but I guess it'll open up a little bit more soon. Not the Gang of Five or whatever, but the other, like, the other
philosophy. Everything that opposes the world government is absolutely evil, and anything the world government does to stop it is absolutely good. Even if that means cutting down innocent civilians just to get a pirate, or testing top secret experimental weapons on children, or nuking an entire island just to uphold the official narrative. And with that being their official party line, you can probably imagine what the Marines are like as an organization, especially under Sakazuki, worse than basically all of the criminals that they're actually capable of stopping. Besides a few notable deserters, the only good Marines are the ones who've crafted their own personal code of moral justice, like Kobe, Smoker, Tashigi, and Garp. But even Garp.
Oh! I heard that there is spoilers, hella spoilers here. Smoker, my goat. Yeah, Smoker is the goat. Oh, another agenda piece is Smoker is actually more powerful than Smoker is actually more powerful than Dragon. And that hold on, I'm gonna skip a little bit ahead. I'm gonna close my eyes and skip. Hopefully it'll be fine.
No.
Do you think I skipped enough? Do you think I skipped far enough? Garp fan in 2025. I don't. You have to eat the spoilers. We do it all the time. This is such a good video. Hasanabi is big brain. Hassan says Mugiwara instead of Straw Hat. Hassan says Gorosei instead of 5 Elders. Hassan says Akagami no Shanks instead of Red Hair Shanks. Boa Hungcock. Yeah, I'm garping my shit. Maybe skip this, man. Okay, calm down, dude. We're not skipping it. It's a really good video. Eat the spoilers or don't want.
Our absolutist, potential ally alienating bull. That passion can be twisted to unjust ends. One Piece frequently pits the forces of freedom and justice against each other. It's the most persistent conflict in the entire series, present from the moment that Luffy met Kobe. And that conflict is a dialectic one, intended to produce a synthesis between the extremes of the Marines and pirates. Between those who claim to uphold justice while protecting the world's greatest and richest criminals from
fucking nailing it. Jesus Christ, I gotta pee.
It, and those who seize freedom for themselves at the expense of the weakest and poorest. A truly universal brand of justice that none are allowed to stand above, whose purpose is to protect instead of restrict freedom. Because you cannot have true freedom unless all who would trample on it are brought to justice. And until all men are free, justice can never be truly absolute. Earlier, I called Luffy a freedom fighter, but I'm far from the first influencer to do so. Hassan Piker used those very same words to describe him, and he's thrown even more contentious labels at the series, arguing that One Piece is communist and Luffy is Antifa, which are pretty strong claims to make, especially about a kid's cartoon that started in the 90s. But that doesn't mean they're not worth considering. So, is there anything in the text that backs them up? Well, One Piece does portray many of its villains, from Eneru with his surveillance. Well, it's about a Luffy
I miss the part where he talks about me?
To justice, and truth is to protect instead of restrict freedom. Because you cannot have true freedom unless all who would trample on it are brought to justice. And until all men are free, justice can never be truly absolute. Earlier, I called Luffy a freedom fighter, but I'm far from the first influencer to do so. Hassan Piker used those very same words to describe him, and he's thrown even more contentious labels at the series, arguing that One Piece is communist and Luffy is Antifa, which are pretty strong claims to make, especially about a kid's cartoon that started in the 90s. But that doesn't mean they're not worth considering. So, is there anything in the text that backs them up? Well, One Piece does portray many of its villains, from Eneru with his surveillance state to the world government with its everything, through explicit, direct parallels to real fascist regimes. And Luffy does punch a whole lot of ethno-fascists and theo-fascists and crypto-fascists and croco-fascists right in their stupid fascist faces. But, as I've already said, that's not necessarily out of a committed ideological opposition to fascism itself, so much as the fact that fascists keep getting in the way of him and his friends' dreams and or meat. Luffy only ends up punching so many of these pieces of shit because he's a naturally good person. He doesn't need to be told that they're enemies of freedom. He can simply see it for himself from their heinously evil words.
I also think Luffy is the way that he is because he's almost like gum-like, if that makes sense, where everything bounces off of him, where he is just, he's not trying. Like, he's just good. He's not trying. He doesn't have like any sort of ideological commitment. And I think that's by design. He's basically Rubber Man. He is just gum. He is. That's what it is. Like there is a reason why all of the other characters, even down to Zorro and all the other characters, both on the villain side, both on the good guy side, they all have like very clear agendas. They have very clear goals. They have like some kind of like logical through line, as opposed to, I would say he's a cartoon, but yes, good one. As opposed to Luffy, who's just kind of there, okay?
And violently oppressive actions and act accordingly. So I really don't think that he'd claim that label, even though he frequently does anti-fascism. His dad definitely would, though.
Yeah.
And speaking of Shay, as for the communism thing, on a surface reading, that does immediately seem a little silly. I mean, Nami, one of the core...
So you're disagreeing with your earlier statements? No, I think Luffy is in its purest form anti-fascist output. I said Oda is a communist, or as a joke, I said One Piece is a communist work. But as far as like what Luffy does, yes, he's not like he's not, at least so far, he hasn't been like, I have a commitment to engage in anti-fascist actions. Like, that's not what I'm saying at all. He just does it.
OG Straw Hat Trio with us from the very first arc, just loves money and treasure. It's kind of her whole thing. It's just so shiny, and having it makes her so happy, and it's so useless to her when it really counts.
Nami's practicing socialism with Chinese characteristics.
Saves up her entire life to buy her freedom from Arlong, but when she finally has enough, he just takes it from her and forces her back under his fishy thumb, because that's how oppressors operate. You can't stop them from oppressing you by playing their game by their rules with their pieces. You have to flip the board. While she never loses the obsession with money that many people who grow up in crippling debt develop, the thing that actually saves Nami is the friends she made along the way.
This is the funniest fucking read. Luffy is not Forrest Gump. Lol. Fuck whoever said that. Luffy is insanely emotionally intelligent and wise. He isn't low IQ. He just has massive ADHD and learning disabilities, people. God, amazing. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Doing a whole bunch of violence on her behalf until the oppression stops. Something they do for a lot of their friends all around the world, and it always works. This is a recurring theme that we see cleverly inverted when the crew finally reaches Arlong's hometown of Fishman Island, whose new place in the world government hasn't actually done anything to dismantle the slave trade or make the surface world safer for fishmen and mermaids. Fisher Tiger and the Sun Pirates accomplished far more in that regard with their total disregard for world government law. Otohime's efforts to change hearts and minds within the system aren't completely worthless. In saving Don Quixote Mjosgard, she ultimately saves her own daughter from being enslaved, but they still tried to capture and enslave her daughter at a meeting of the One Piece UN. And despite ostensibly being affiliated with the world government, the Fishmen still need the protection of a crime lord to stop raids on their island, just like the giants on Elbaf do. In that context, it's not hard to see how Arlong and Hody Jones fell down such dark paths. They didn't have many better options. At the same time, though, the arc is quite clear on where those paths will lead. Fisher Tiger himself literally died because he couldn't let go of his hatred for humans. One Piece clearly argues that violent revolution is sometimes, often necessary to effect real change, but it's also careful to caution that—
and also the structures are inherently violent. Like the forms of oppression that governments take are also inherently violent, and it leads to a lot of pain and a lot of torment for regular people, the enslaved masses or an underclass of fishmen.
Revolutions which aim to subjugate out of hatred for the oppressor rather than liberate out of love for the oppressed will ultimately reproduce many of the problems they seek to solve. Blackbeard, whose ultimate goal is world conquest driven by a desire to avenge God Valley, is a prime example of the former, while Luffy, his rival to be Pirate King, is quite literally the embodiment of liberation. Blackbeard's pirates even mirror the organization of the Navy, with the 10 Titanic captains serving under Admiral Teach, in contrast to Luffy, who...
Did I miss a spoiler? Accidentally? I didn't even understand it.
Straight up refuses to accept the other captains of the Straw Hat Grand Fleet as his subordinates, instead opting for an informal sake pledge that they will all come to each other's mutual aid if ever called upon, which is the same principle that organizes the Straw Hat crew themselves. Yes, Luffy is their captain, but so's Usopp sometimes, and he rarely orders his crew around except when snap life or death decisions must be made. They all follow him willingly as a cohort of comrades who've pledged to help each other reach their dreams, and they are all free to leave if they ever disagree. They all share equally in the spoils of their adventures, too. Nami's in charge of the money, but only because the rest of them are idiots, and they all happily lend their skills to their friends with no expectation of direct compensation. You could certainly call that commune-esque. Some might even say anarchish. And since Luffy's explicit goal is to become the freest man alive,
being king of the pirates is about being more free than anyone.
You could take that as One Piece arguing that those specific principles of social organization and resource distribution are designed to maximize the freedom of the people living by them. But you could also make the case that that's a selective reading of the text, since Luffy has fought on the side of straight-up monarchists about nearly as often as he's joined up with revolutions. And more than once, he's stopped a full-on populist uprising in its tracks on behalf of an embattled king. Both of those times were to stop fascists who'd either manufactured or co-opted the movement, but Luffy still made friends with both of those kings.
Yeah, Luffy says no to color revolutions, dude. Oh my god. Luffy is anti-color revolution. Luffy is a tanky. Luffy is a tanky. He said the Hungarian counter-revolution must stop. Roll the tanks. See, not agenda piece, not agenda piece. I'm not reading through the lines. I'm reading the lines, okay?
So One Piece isn't really advocating for any one specific form of society so much as the idea that groups of people should be able to determine what their society looks like for themselves without being coerced or manipulated into undermining their own culture, traditions, and basic human needs. What really matters is whether a society has good leaders.
Can you counter his argument because he's saying that it's silly to call One Piece being a communist? What do you mean? He literally, first of all, the end point of communism is not at odds with, like, end point of communism is not at odds with what he's describing. Every part of this video is explaining in great detail that if Luffy's final goal is to achieve full freedom, then ultimately it is technically communist. Luffy is a tank. He's pretty funny because we got evidence. Yeah, I mean, literally, he is. Okay, he's also looking at the material conditions of each state. Okay, he's not a trot. We know that because he looks at each individual state and analyzes the material conditions of each individual state and decides that for each individual state, there's a different way. Okay, there's a different way to go about it where he's like saying, no, you can have your own version of a bourgeois dictatorship, but the methods of achieving said bourgeois dictatorship are dictated by the material conditions of each unique and individual state. That's it. Because like for some, he's saying, you know, we gotta stop a color revolution led by the CIA. In others, he's saying that there is a magnanimous dictator that is not democratically assigned, but abides by the democratic wishes of the population.
And while it doesn't commit to any one model of governance, One Piece does very consistently define what a good leader
Light Yagami is a neoliberal. I agree.
is.
Well, I think he's the most straightforward fascist, right?
A king, a president, a pirate lord, or a god, good leaders in One Piece always put the needs of their people above their own, while evil ones use their people to serve their own ambitions or needs, or just plain old selfish wants.
I mean, this one was like so directly railing against the war economy, the military industrial complex, the enslavement of an indigenous peoples in an effort to improve profit margins. I mean, it's just it was so insanely on the nose. Yeah, drug trafficking, hunger and pollution, climate change. It had it all.
It's in roughly descending order of how evil they are. Oda has a soft spot for dreamers, after all. Even ones with dreams so big they think they have to crush the dreams of others to make them real. There's a certain grudging respect given to villains like Crocodile, Blackbeard, Arlong, even Buggy, who do bad things to make better things possible for themselves and people they care about. Whereas the most despicable villains in One Piece, from Captain Kuro to Don Quixote do Flamingo, are invariably the ones who cast their dreams aside to indulge in their most base desires at everyone else's expense. Emperors Kaido and Big Mom are the ultimate expression of the former, having achieved their dreams, or at least come close enough, and convinced themselves that because they achieved that, they know what's best for everyone under them, while the Celestial Dragons and world government represent the worst kind of selfish rule. What makes Luffy so special, then, is that his dream, despite being the biggest and grandest of anyone in the entire world, never infringes on anyone else's. Quite the opposite. As it grows, it lifts up everyone around him, making their dreams more achievable than ever before. Luffy's ideal of maximal freedom isn't about elevating himself to a point where no one can stop him from getting whatever he wants. It's about destroying the barriers to freedom that hold everyone back. If there's a single overriding ideology that defines all of One Piece, it's that people who follow their dreams make the world a better place. And so the best possible world can only come about when everyone is...
Dude, Wano was so crazy because it was like the worst paced. And then, like, I guess it was like largely because of Toei, but it was so incredibly poorly paced. And then all of a sudden, you just nut. Like, the apex is fucking insane. The payoff is out of control. All of a sudden, the art style changes dramatically, and they lean into it. At first, there's like they changed like art direction for some episodes, or at least like some parts of the episodes have the new art direction, and some have the old art direction. And it's fucking insane. Out of nowhere, you're like, oh my God, what this entire work could be. It's part of the reason why I'm actually very excited about the Netflix new One Piece. And not the live action necessarily, but the new one. Because I feel like they'll fix the pacing issues there and also redraw everything. I feel like that's going to be amazing. The remake
is free to dream. And that, I think, is what makes the Mugiwara flag such a potent universal symbol. Regardless of ideological specifics, every revolutionary is a dreamer at heart, carrying...
Did you watch the One Piece fan letter? Yes, it was awesome. I loved it. I especially love that shit when it's like showing... That's part of the reason why I love Andor. It just like... Well, there's a bunch of different reasons why I love Andor, but one of the reasons why I like Andor is because, like, I think the world building in Star Wars is the strongest thing, and I love exploring what the average person's experiences look like in this universe that isn't, you know, a godlike super pirate that's beating the fuck out of everybody.
On the will of all the dreamers before them who were crushed beneath the boot of oppression. Though within the world of One Piece, there is another, even more potent symbol of generational struggle that the world government fears above all others. So much that they've spent the past 8 centuries trying to wipe it and everyone who remembers it from the face of the earth. A symbol that's been present in the manga since nearly the beginning, though its true meaning was only recently revealed with Luffy's new Gear 5 form. Joy Boy, the first pirate, legend of a lost era, a forbidden foe.
Wait, is there spoilers here? No. I mean, I know Joy Boy. Big spoiler? No, I've already seen it.
Hero sung of in whispers by those whose mere existence has been deemed a crime against the state. There's been quite a bit of debate since Gear 5's reveal over whether it's truly iconic or just a sillier, squigglier version of Super Saiyan. In my opinion, it is absolutely the latter, and that's exactly what makes it so iconic. When a Saiyan becomes Super, it's almost always in moments of intense rage or sorrow, those potent emotions fueling the newfound power that they need to kick the ass of the guy who made them feel that way. And this theme has been echoed across countless other shonen battle series when their heroes power up. The villain pushes them to their limits, threatens what they love most, and at their lowest moment, something snaps and they awaken. That's been the genre template for decades now. But Gear 5 doesn't feed on such caustic emotions. It washes them away, drowning out the violent negativity of One Piece's villains with a cheerful drumbeat and uproarious laughter. Rather than just letting Luffy hurt people more efficiently, it transforms both him and the world around him in a way that turns each fight into a goofy little game and literally makes his dreams, however silly they might be, real. In a world ruled by anger and fear, One Piece posits that the key to true liberation is to embrace and embody unrestrained joy. To laugh in our oppressors' faces, even as they are crushed by conveniently timed pianos. That doesn't mean that anger has no place in the fight for liberation, obviously, but One Piece cautions time and again that anger must be directed and purposeful to do more good than harm. In the very first chapter, Shanks laughs off personal insults and even a mild physical assault from the mountain bandits, who end up mistaking that restraint for weakness, but they see just how wrong they are as soon as they lay hands on one of his friends, and Luffy emulates that attitude on Jaya when Bellamy tries to pick a fight with him, refusing to let the petty tyrant control his emotions and only putting a dent in his cocky skull when he starts pissing on someone else's dreams. It's that kind of righteous rage, the kind we feel on behalf of our friends and fellow man, that the world needs more of, while petty anger born from personal affronts is largely useless, wasted energy of no real concern to anyone with real power. That's why it's the man who can laugh from the bottom of his heart, even in the darkest of times, that despots fear most. For that man has fully harnessed his anger and can never be ruled by fear. Of course, knowing when and where to direct our fury is easier said than done, especially in this modern algorithmic age where enragement is engagement. We are conditioned to feel as if under attack from all sides at all times, pushed into a state of perpetual panic that paralyzes our ability to make rational decisions and respond to situations that deserve our anger. And often the greatest, most dangerous injustices are wholly invisible to us, hidden in plain sight within systems we're taught to take for granted from the day we're born, slowly simmering beneath the cozy little pot of frogs we call society. So how can we ever know when we really need to act? Another great fictional freedom fighter has a pretty good answer to that question, I think, which I'll paraphrase for you now. Don't compare your circumstances to how they were yesterday. Look at how they were years ago. If it used to be okay, but it's not okay anymore, maybe you should do something about it. We're supposed to be leaving a better world for our children, after all, so if it's not what better? If you're dealing with cruelty, with neglect, with a ruling class that wastes the people's money on frivolous, selfish bullshit, maybe it's time to get out there and raise your flag. I'm Jeff Thu, professional freedom keyboard warrior.
That was fire, bro. God damn, that was good. Fuck, dude. That was good as fuck. Great video. Holy shit. One thing I find important about the principle of anybody who feeds Luffy is his friend is, all right, that earned my subscription for sure. One thing I find important about the principle of anybody who feeds Luffy's friend is that he doesn't act this way out of a desire to have the food. The rice that Tama gives him isn't enough to satisfy him, but Tama's choice to give Luffy all the rice she had is what caused Luffy to consider her someone worth fighting for. Yeah, that was fire. I feel like I've watched other Mother's Basement videos before on this broadcast. After all these years, I've realized Luffy was the original kindness as punk rock character all along. I think the best part about this, though, while this is correct, I think the best part about it is that Luffy is so aloof that it makes the uninitiated not even think he's like standing for something or being annoying about it or moralizing his position in any capacity. Whereas even Superman is like obviously demonstrating basic competence and basic brain capacity, so much so that like the watchers can still look at that and go, oh yeah, this guy knows what he's doing. He knows what he's up to. That's part of the reason why I was saying that that Luffy is the way that he is, and it's perfect to, you know, teach people that this is good behavior. If your goal in your work of art is to show someone as like absolute good, you don't always have to match them up against evil enemies and then have them relitigate their position over and over and over again. Oda just kind of shows you that he is a kind individual and is aloof and is just doing the right thing. So I think it makes it so that a lot of people are more charitable to him, even those who I guess would be right wing, even those who I guess would consider themselves to have like the diametrical opposite politics in the real world of the politics that One Piece demonstrates. Hey, my 8.5-year-old son was Frankie for Halloween. Should I be concerned? No. What the fuck? Why do you keep sending this? 20 guys versus one animatronic. I'm not going to watch this. Typical Antifa radical communist Islamadan calling for more violence. How dare he? My parents are complete chuz and they love Star Trek. People just don't get the political messaging even when it's right in front of them. Yeah, I heard that fucking Peter Thiel said that One Piece was a right-wing work and that Luffy was the Antichrist or something. And it's pretty obvious that he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. I don't know why Peter Thiel is so obsessed with the Antichrist in general, because he is the Antichrist. So maybe he's like trying to cast a cloud of doubt over the Antichrist allegations by being like, see, would the real Antichrist constantly talk about who the Antichrist is? That's how I feel. But yes, Peter Thiel did talk about One Piece, I saw. And he said Luffy is the Antichrist. He also said Greta Thunberg was the Antichrist. So maybe he's just thinks the Antichrist is the, what is this? Lefty piece. I never understood why this arc. How do y'all feel about Fishman Island? A lot of people slam this arc, but I think Oda did a good job portraying racism and how people can be destroyed by oppression. The reason why I didn't like Fishman Island was because it had the best potential. And I think the way he like wrapped it up was a little bit like too liberal, if that makes sense. Remember when you said you used to be poor? Yes, I was. I was broke as fuck. I'm confused. What does that have to do with One Piece? Or Peter Thiel? Lamau. Why did you say fuck that Taiwanese lady again? I have no idea who you're talking about. I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Is it LSF thread bait? Just ignore? Oh, is it? Dude, do these people just not get bored of doing this stuff over and over again? Is that what it is? Like, what do you get out of this? I will never understand it. Way too easy to rage bait first time in here. Well, I'm not even raging. I don't even know what you're talking about. I don't even know what you're talking about, chatter. I need to be aware of what you were trying to accomplish for me to even rage against your bait. I would say is the opposite of a rage bait complete. Not to excuse it necessarily, but maybe Oda's just ignorant on race politics compared to educated Americans having grown up in a largely homogenous society. No, I think so. For sure. What is happening? The whole sub is videos of you. Oh, LSF? Yeah. They get so little attention. Any attention you give them thinks they succeeded. Yeah, I don't really understand it. Like, eventually, I think people will stop. I genuinely do. I genuinely do think like people will eventually stop, right? But nope. Kind of feels like they just keep reheating old clips out of context over and over again. But I mean, what are you gonna do? It is what it is. There's nothing I can do about it. You know. You keep feeding them though. How am I feeding them? I don't even know what's going on. Anyway, all right, we got the streamer award. Check my last message. Just sent my shot with my work crush. Wish me luck, dog. Good luck. Oh, the other side of this was also yes. Book Talk Girly Pops have finally encountered One Piece, and I'm very excited to see the themes that they will read into and what their takes will be overall. I suspect it will be not dissimilar to the conclusions that I arrived at when I watched it first. But let's do the streamer awards. Nominate your favorites. Let me log in real quick.
Damn, this guy's good.